Good afternoon, all our viewers, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously the young people as well. I'd like to give you a warm welcome to the lovely Gqeberha. Sunny skies above our heads and a very good pitch to bat on beneath our feet. We've got an entertaining game today between the top of the table clash, Rush Boland, as well as the home team Daffet Warriors. So this will be a big clash, and joining me will be the two captains, Matt de Villiers from the Warriors, and then I've got Clyde Fortain from the Rush Boland team. Joined by us is the match referee, Mr. Shahid Wadvala. Gentlemen, let's go for the toss.
Go. Tails is the call. That is the
Tails is the call, and tails it is.
We'll have a bowl.
We'll have a bowl first.
Yes. Thank you, Clyde. Very good to see you again. You've chosen to bowl. Is there any specific reason why?
Yeah, I think over the last couple of years, the wicket, obviously there's been new lights put in, so the wicket's played quite nicely under the lights. But looking at it, I think it won't change much in the 40 overs of cricket. So hopefully get stuck into them early, pick up a couple of wickets in the power play, and then try and control the game from there.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've won 5 out of 5, but are there any changes to the side?
You got one change. Akonam Yaka comes in for Sia Mahima.
Okay, thank you. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Matt, keen to join me there. Matthew, you've lost the toss. They've decided to bowl first. Would you have done something different?
Probably not. We probably looking to bat first actually. It plays pretty similarly out throughout the conditions, so it's pretty fair wicket. So whoever plays the better cricket today, whoever executes the best will probably come out on top.
Okay, lovely. Matt, you've been on top form yourself, but generally your team's done well. Only one loss so far. Is there any changes that you'd like to see?
No, we've got the same team today, so hopefully you're going to carry on that form for the rest of the tournament.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Teams are staying the same for the Warriors, and only one change for the Dafabet for Goldrush Boland. So let's look forward to a lovely game. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to Dafabet St George's Park, where the Warriors at home for their final game of this Cricket South Africa T20 series. And the Warriors, having lost the toss, Boland winning it and deciding to bowl. And the Warriors represented by Luteko and Manak out there. They have got De Villiers and Brzezinski back. That'll give them a boost of confidence. But it's an interesting setup at the moment. The Warriors playing their last game of the round robin series. Boland still have a game in hand against the Titans, against the Tuskers rather. And we'll discuss that further. And with me in the commentary box, it's a very good afternoon to Jacques.
Good afternoon, Craig, and thank you for that introduction. It is an absolutely beautiful day for cricket in the Bay. Running in with a new ball this afternoon for the Goldrush Boland is a man that is not unfamiliar with this part of the world, Glenton Steerman, having spent quite a few years here with the Warriors in this part of the world.
You know, you wonder why Boland winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, possibly to try and create some early pressure. If you look at their batsmen in terms of total wickets taken this season, you've got Dudgeons on 10 wickets, Manak on 9, and Steerman on 9. So, you know, those are the top wicket takers so far this season. Here we go. Way down the leg side. Fortuyn does well. That was almost away for 4 extra wides.
A slight case of a commentator's curse there, Craig, as that first ball is pushed down the leg side for a wide. Yes, Craig, it's a very interesting point. Boland, the Goldrush Boland side obviously feel that their bowling attack is their strength, and they want to use that to the fullest advantage, and obviously bowling first here, putting early pressure on the Warriors, would seek to do that.
Oh, you just wonder if those shadows across the pitch will have anything to do with their decision as well. And that's a leg by, and away for 4. So, useful runs for the Warriors early on. And not exactly the right line from Glenton Steerman.
No, Craig, definitely not. He'll have to settle quite early here. Run in, hit a good line, hit a good length, make it tough for these batters to score. He wouldn't want to be bowling that line and just giving runs away at this stage of the game.
Try again for Steerman. That's far better and whipped away on the leg side, away for 4. That's a solid, confident shot by Manak.
Yeah, absolutely, Craig. That one just sat up in the wicket a bit. He had time to just rock back and just pick his spot and dominated that. Hit it quite sweetly. He's off the mark.
From the little bit we've seen, this pitch here, the curator or the main man in charge, Adrian Carter, it looks like he's prepared an absolute belter. Better line from Steerman.
Yes, Craig. We have seen, particularly over the last 2 or 3 seasons, that the St George's Park tracks that have been prepared have made for some excellent short format cricket, really producing some brilliant cricketing contests.
Yeah, just to give our viewers an idea, we are playing to the side of the main square here at Dafabet St George's. So away towards the band, the old Crusaders clubhouse, short boundary. Lofted, will that reach the boundary? That's the long side that Manak is looking for. He won't get the boundary. Now there's stop and go and a little bit of hesitation between the 2 batsmen.
Yes, Craig, that's probably a better line from Steerman. Given the fact that you've mentioned where exactly we are situated on the square today, he would want any attacking strokes to be played certainly towards the long boundary, which is down towards the Castle Corner side of the ground.
Yeah, well, that's where the biggest vacant area is. There's a lot of ground to cover out there, and anything that strays in line, it's just almost a flick towards the Crusaders grandstand and away for 6. There's a top edge, hasn't timed it, but there's an idea, away for 4.
Certainly not the start that Steerman would have wanted. He has strayed in his line, he's strayed in his length, and the Warriors, the Dafabet Warriors, have certainly profited from it.
Modiri Leteko, ideal way to get his innings underway with that boundary. Huge confidence booster. It's interesting to see the rest of that Warriors batting lineup. You've got De Villiers coming at 3. He's the highest run scorer so far this season at a strike rate of 140. That's useful. He's scored a total of 248 runs. And Breeski back from his sojourns overseas. Much better. Good line, good length.
Brings to an end a very eventful first over. The Warriors 16 for no loss.
Oh, we were talking about the strength in the Warriors batting lineup, talking about Breeski. After Breeski, you've got JP King, also amongst the top run scorers. This so far this season, 157 runs at a strike rate of 158. So you can just see the strength in that batting lineup after these two openers. You've got De Villiers, Breeski, King, followed by Kruger and Gqeberha. There's a lot of batting to come.
Some consistency has been shown by some of those names you've mentioned, Craig, but also players who can take a game away from you at any point. These are really exciting players, and the Warriors seem to be firing in this competition, peaking nicely towards the business end.
Well, we saw what Jones did up at the Wanderers. Couple of overs of lusty hitting, and all of a sudden, a game possibly the Lions should have won. They lost in the super over to the Dragons. Dudgeon, the top wicket taker this season, into Manek. Oh, that's a little bit too straight from Dudgeon. Just gentle, medium pace.
Certainly so far in this year's CSA T20 competition, Craig, the standard of cricket has been excellent. It has been exceptional and very, very entertaining cricket for the viewers out there.
Well, certainly. It's the stranglehold that T20 cricket has got on a limited format with the highest amount of entertainment. Dudgeon again. Man in the circle at fine leg. And Manek too eager to get down to the strikers and gets sent back. Well, the Warriors got off to a rip-roaring start. Now Dudgeon, it's all about him trying to just rein it in. Too short, that's set up for Leteko.
And of course, given the fact that that ball has been hit to the long side of St. George's Park today, that deep square fielder comfortably 5 to 10 meters off the boundary. That just gives us an indication of the size of that ground, of that side of the ground.
Yeah, there's lots of acreage to cover there for that man deep for the hook shot. With this outfield, once again, absolutely beautiful condition. Better. I think it's very important at this stage of the innings. Both these bowlers for Goldrush Boland will think to themselves, what length does this pitch need me to bowl at that I can showcase my skills and get the most out of? And we saw that first over from Stearman. Oh, that wasn't very good. Looks like Dudgeon has got his length a lot better and a lot quicker.
Dudgeon also seems to just be hitting the deck a little harder, Craig. And I think that's the difference at the moment between him and the first over we'd seen.
Oh, interesting shot. Not exactly out of the coaching manual. Giving himself room onto the leg side and then just letting the ball run off the face. Almost got himself into trouble, did Leteko.
Sign of the times, Craig. That is what T20 cricket has brought about. Batters able to do that. Very interesting shot, but effective.
A couple of years ago, you played a shot like that in the practice nest, the coach would have chased you away. That's how the game has evolved, and you know, it's evolved for the better.
He would have yanked you out immediately.
Oh, this is good batting from the Warriors opening pair. On contact, understanding each other, the call coming in early, but a better over that from Dudgeon, just conceding the 5 runs. So at the moment, the Warriors off to a very decent start. 21 runs on the board without having lost a wicket.
Too early to talk about what's past score on this wicket today, Craig?
180? Stick my neck out now. 180, I think.
Willing to put some money on that?
Yep. From the 2 overs we have seen, bowling from either end, you know, it's not a case of snakes and ladders. The balls come nicely onto the bat. The short ball that's banged and your length's got to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise the batsman can rock back and you can pick his spot to hit. Manak, the outside edge, flings his bat at it and rather fortuitous the boundary, but this is exactly the way the Daffabet Warriors have gone.
The old adage, Craig, fortune favours the brave.
Yeah, I think that one disappointing loss that they had there is another look at that outside edge, a thickish outside edge, flies away. That man at short third, no price at all. Manak very quickly to 16. Sweetly timed, no reward though.
Certainly, Craig, you were alluding to the tough loss the Warriors faced at the hands of the Dolphins.
You know, and speaking to the coach, Robin Peterson, I said, you know, what happened? He said they still carried on playing their attacking brand of batting, but just things didn't go their way, and there were a couple of reckless shots, and before they wiped the sleep out of their eyes, they were all out for 94. Well, that's been hit airborne, square the wicket on the offside to the long side of the boundary, and that is sweet timing from Manak.
Certainly so far, Craig, looks like a very well-balanced all-round batter. He's hitting them sweetly on the offside, and he quite comfortably manages anything that needs to go leg side of the wicket as well. An exciting prospect is Manak.
No, he's not scared to play his shots. And that's the whole idea with that sort of strength batting lineup to come. There's no reason why you don't play your shots. But I'm beginning to reconsider my past score of 180 already. Well, it's airborne, over mid-on, and away for 4. This is solid batting from Manak. 33 without loss. What an ideal start, and we haven't completed the 3rd over yet.
Certainly we'll have to relook that pass score of 180, Craig.
Yeah, well, somebody from the Goldrush Boland side, bowling, will have to pull a rabbit out the hat to try and curtail these Dafabet Warriors batsmen. Smashed away again. And there you've got a deep third man looking into the sun. There he indicates that he didn't pick it up at all. That sun setting over the Crusaders Stadium roof is very low. Would have been right in his eyes. He didn't pick it up at all. And Manak with another boundary moves to 27. The total 37 without loss. And there's still another ball to come in this over. How sweet is that timing? That raced out there like a rocket.
That was exceptional, Craig. And looking at the stroke that he played there, giving himself room, backing away towards the leg side to access the offside field.
Hammered towards mid-on. This time, a fuller delivery from Stearman gets him out of this over. That cost 16 runs. So Stearman struggling with his economy. 28 runs he's gone for in 2 overs. 37 without loss. 3 overs gone, and off to a roaring start, the Daffabet Warriors, after being asked to bat first.
And having a look at those last 2 boundaries of the last 2 balls of Stearman's previous over, Craig, Manak using the crease beautifully and not allowing the bowler to settle. Really taking the attack to one of the competition's best bowlers at the moment.
Well, that's the nature of the game, T20 cricket. On a beautiful batting strip, it looks like it. Looks very even, and the Warriors batsmen are cashing in. It's immediately brought about a change in the Rush Boland bowling lineup. Nyaka takes over from Dudgeon, and possibly just trying to provide the variation with a left arm over to Leteko. He's lagging behind Leteko. He's only got 5 runs to his name. Good short delivery. And that's carried quite nicely through to Fortuin.
Yes, Craig, it certainly seems like we have a contest on our hands here today. I'm certain that Leteko would not be too unhappy with the fact that he's been a spectator to some brilliant hitting. Good fiery start to his spell there.
I think he's got to try and establish dominance with the start that Warriors have got. Well, not with that sort of delivery. That's a fetch me. All the way for 6.
With all the talk, Craig, of the unorthodox nature of some of the strokes we see in T20 cricket, that was just vintage textbook cricket.
Yeah, that was absolutely pure. Just watch how he picks this up, Leteko. And with a straight bat through the line, the angle back at him slightly, and that's the long side of the boundary. It's flown away for 6. So much so now, field position change, backward point now comes in to the circle, and that mid-wicket drops out to the mid-wicket boundary. Oh, good line. Good line. Oh, Fortuin, what's he appealing for?
May have gotten away with one there, Craig, but very, very, very interesting tactic as we see those 2 boundary riders on the leg side. If anything comes their way, they're looking straight into that setting sun coming from the west.
Yeah, and I also get the feeling that having 2 men back, one behind square and one at mid-wicket, you're actually setting a field for a bad delivery. See, that's too fine. Wrong line, easy length to get inside it, underneath it, and just scoop it away. Remember, fine leg is actually in the circle. You've got a deep backward square leg, so this is not clever bowling from Goldrush Boland.
And Craig, if you want to bring those 2 fielders into play over there, you have absolutely got to be spot on with your length, but even more so your line. You've got to get him pulling that across the line, more in front of square than behind square. And that's tough with ball coming onto bat here at Dafabet St. George's Park.
Oh, you've also got that setting sun as well. Those 2 men out there, they wouldn't have seen too much of that delivery. 47 without loss now. And it's short again. This time it will be fielded. Just a single. So another very good over in the making for Dafabet Warriors. So far 11 runs off it.
And Mudiri Leteko getting in on the action, Craig.
Yeah, well, you know, Mohamed Manak, he just carried on swinging for the hills, and everything worked beautifully for him. And Leteko was at the non-strikers end, having to watch the carnage. Now he's got an opportunity to get in. And once again, that's clever play from Manak. Just guides it off the face of the bat to a man in that offside behind square in the circle, and calling absolutely brilliant. Immediately they set off for a run, and very easy it was.
Another bowling change, Craig?
I think it's a case of Dudgeon being brought on from the Duckpond Pavilion end, because Stearman obviously had the first choice in terms of which end he wanted to open the bowling from. And after those 2 overs we saw from Stearman proving very expensive, that Dudgeon has been swapped around. And the problem Goldrush Boland have got at the moment, how do they change this momentum? Everything's in the favour of Dafabet Warriors. partnership, 49, over 12 runs to the over. Perfect start. How's that? Just giving himself room outside the leg stump, just heaving it over the mid-on in the circle, back quite comfortably for 2, and brings up the 50 partnership between Manek and Leteko. It's been a good one, coming up very quickly at the start of the 5th over.
Craig, just having a look at the change here with Dudgeon now coming in from the duck pond end. Perhaps a bowler in the mold or in the make of a CJ King.
Oh, he's trying to get too cute now, Manek.
CJ King has had a lot of success bowling from the duck pond end, and in terms of pace and in terms of a bowler who runs in and hits the deck, perhaps the Goldrush Boland have done their homework in that regard, and perhaps this is a plan B that might just stem the flow of runs or even produce a breakthrough for them.
Oh, that's what Goldrush Boland desperately need. Field positional change now. Mid-on comes into the circle. Third man drops to a very squarish third man, conventional third man in the circle. Oh, that's just absolute buffet ball. Help yourself, hit it, and such as the outfield, that rolls away for another boundary. Manek making merry.
Certainly a bit of cat and mouse that we see here between certainly Manak and his movements in the crease, and he certainly seems to be the cat at the moment, with the bowlers being the mouse.
Yeah, it just shows you the confidence levels in these two Warriors batsmen, that the ball's hitting the middle of the bat, they're scoring at 12 runs and over, and they're picking where they want to hit the ball, and it's making it ever so difficult for Goldrush Boland to try and haul this run rate in. Oh, that's huge, high. And that's not coming back. Put a stamp on that. That's gone airmail. I think the bag of balls will be coming out quite quickly. Well, that's gone a proverbial mile. Short boundary. We are playing on the table towards that side of the ground, but that ball's travelled miles.
Bit of a conference happening now between senior bowler and Keith Dudgeon. Where to from here, Craig?
I think they've purely got to hit a back of a length and disciplined on possibly that 5th stump line, because at the moment they're bowling all over the place, and Manak and Teko are picking what shots they want to hit, and they're coming out the middle of the bat. 61, and we're not even into the end of the power play yet. Still 2 deliveries to go in this 5th over. Daffet Warriors flying along. Yeah, I don't think that ball's coming back. I think he hit it so hard that we've got St. George's Hospital just up the road. I think that ball's lying in casualty.
Not in the parking lot, Craig, because if it is, we'll have to take parking money worth to go and fetch that ball.
Badly bruised. Emergency department, St. George's Hospital, admit 1 white cricket ball.
Warriors firmly on top here. But such is the nature of T20 cricket. It's not over till it is over. Very, very long way to go in this game, in this encounter.
I'm trying to think when last I can remember a ball clearing that stand with comparative ease. And a long time ago, because the main pitch that they normally use is 3 across. So it's only an extra 12, 15 meters closer to that boundary. But that, the moment it left the bat, you could hear the sound. It was never coming back, that ball. Well bowled, followed him.
That's more like it. I remember a Hansie Cronje in his prime slog sweeping the ball over that stand. That would have been somewhere late 90s, perhaps even early 2000s if memory serves me correct. That's the lasting memory that I have of a ball sailing over that Crusader stand.
I'm sure there was a wicket keeper that kept for Eastern Province in those days. And I think he was the last time that stadium roof was cleared. And there's another fetch. Beautiful batting from Manak.
He really is making life difficult for the bowlers, Craig. It hasn't just been stand and deliver. Dafabet Warriors 65 for no loss after 5. And with that, a change in commentary. Joining me, a gentleman by the name of Nkululeko Serame, also known as Mafinks. Good afternoon, Mafinks. How are you?
Good afternoon, Jackie. How are you doing, my man? It's very good to be here with you.
Brilliant, Mafinks. I am thoroughly entertained, and I'm sure our viewers at home, as well as the crowd that has come in today, have really enjoyed some really, really good batting from the Dafabet Warriors.
Yes, that's right, Jack. I see there's also a change of bowling. Imran Manak comes in, and he's usually quite trusted, especially when they play at home, to bowl in the power play. So this will be quite interesting, and as yourself and Craig mentioned earlier, we've got the bigger boundary to the left of our screen. So I'm assuming Manak will be bowling it, darting it in, and forcing them to play to long on and cow corner. So this should be an interesting bowling change.
And Manak gets his account underway in exactly the manner that you described, darting one in and well navigated and kept out by Leteko.
Very well done again by Manak, another dot ball, and as predicted, he looked to go straight wicket to wicket, force them to play to long on and long off. And for Diteko and Manak, the two the right-handers, Jackie, one of their options now would be to move away to the leg side and then look to reverse sweep and attack that short boundary on the offside. Very big shot there by Budiri Diteko, a straight 6. Manak going again too full to a half volley and paying the price for that. He got panel beaten for that one.
I'm wondering if this is what the Goldrush Boland were expecting.
Well, at the toss, Jackie, the captain said that they'd like to bowl first because they think it would be better to chase. But I can tell you now, with clear skies above our heads and a good hard wicket, it's going to be tough to go for it later on. So it was always a good batting wicket. I was surprised they chose to bowl first.
Perhaps it's a case of they don't know, we don't know what they know.
It may be the case. I think also what they've learned is that the Warriors seem to chase well. So sometimes teams play those psychological games, but I always feel like you need to make the best decision for that day.
Warriors batters certainly employing a very exciting and attacking brand of cricket, but also quite smart as well.
Definitely, Jack. So with 71 during the 6th over, Warriors with those big hitters, they're coming in later on. Good shot by Mudiri Diteko. A square cut just in front of point, getting it away to the short boundary for 4. Lovely work by Diteko.
Six overs bowled, and as we listen to the band playing their hearts out, the Dafabet Warriors have moved on to 75 without loss.
That's a very big power play, and they've been smart, these two batters. I think what Manak has done is that he counter-attacked them by giving himself room to the leg side and attacking the bigger boundaries. So those spaces allowed him to cash in on 3s, but if they bowl too free, put them away. And from this end, Diteko giving himself room to the leg side and going for the short boundary. So we're looking here at well above 200 with those big hitters coming in. Players like De Villiers, JP King, as well as Kruger. So Boland are actually in for a very rough night tonight.
Absolutely, and let's not write off our Proteas skipper, Matthew Brietsky. He can hit them a mile as well, and he can keep that scoreboard ticking over quite easily.
For sure, I mean, he's quite a talismanic player. You know, once he gets going, it's going to be really tough to stop the flow of the runs. So I think the fans have come at a very good time tonight.
And Mnyaka now coming in from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. Let's see if he can assist the Goldrush Boland in just stemming the tide a little bit.
With that deep square leg, Jackie, and the cow corner from Nyaka, I think he's looking to bowl hard length into the rib cage. But with 4 out, I think he should rather employ more a deep point and then a deep extra cover and look to bowl more wide Yorkers. Now, my reasons for saying that, they haven't gotten wickets, but maybe right now the pressure will create the wickets. So they need to find ways to find those dot balls and string them together.
Mnyaka starts well. He certainly is looking to employ the tactic of running in and hitting that hard length. But very interesting that fielder on the offside boundary is quite square, where a lot of the strokes that have come from this end have actually been hit in front of square. So perhaps not looking to bowl a lot of cutters, variations, taking pace off, probably looking to run in and just hit the deck as hard as he can.
That's right, Jack. There we go, quick leg by. Ndiridi Teko giving himself towards the offside to look to attack the leg side boundary. Smart by Teko, and as usual, Nyaka changing his pace around and playing around with those lengths. So very good work, good piece of cricket there.
Yes, that's a brilliant slower ball, just taking pace off it, and it certainly did get the better of Diteko.
Definitely, it's always a cat and mouse game like you've mentioned, Jackie.
The only question is who will be the cat and who will be the mouse, my finks.
Let's wait and see. Good work again by Mnyaka, rolling his fingers around that one, changing up of pace, but also making sure that he's bowling it to his field with that deep point outside the off stump. So far so good by Mnyaka, bringing back the game a bit to Boland's favor. For now, Boland need to understand that the dot balls are gold. Dot balls are gold, dot balls are gold.
So, by the measure of how this match has gone so far, we've had a relatively quiet over. 2 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries. Are we expecting some fireworks for the last 2?
Lovely shot. Playing it square of the wicket again. Nyaka going again outside of stump to play that fielder out there. So good work by Manak, but this time not getting the length full enough to go past cover. So they're bowling towards their field, and he has to be more creative. Perhaps move again across the offside and back himself to go to that leg side.
Excellent bit of running by this pair, just a slight fumble by that fielder out there on that deep point boundary, and they were able to scamper through for 2.
Very good athletes, those two, particularly Manak. They're really quick off the mark, and they look for that 2 very quickly. So they sprint that first one hard. Any small mistake you make, they're coming back.
And as expected, my finks, as Mohamed Manak moves to an excellent and well-deserved 50 of just 25 balls, certainly as we expected, there was some fireworks towards the end of that over.
Yes, he's really raced away from them, and what I like about him is that he's looked to be attacking, and I assume that would be because he knows that the batters coming up next can really take you on, even if you've got 4 fielders on the boundary. So it's given the 2 of them a license, but what I've enjoyed about Manak is the intensity, the smartness, moving around in the crease, really playing to his strengths.
Yeah, he's hit quite a few boundaries, but he hasn't just relied on the 4s and the 6s. He's really run hard between the wickets. As you mentioned, there's been a definite intent when it comes to scoring runs and looking to turn 1s into 2s.
Yes, Imran Manak having 5 fielders out now, having a sweeper point. So I think that's to give himself a bit of cover, because Diteko seems to go away from the stumps and attack that offside boundary. Starting with a dot ball, Imran Manak, let's see if he can start the over really well and close the over really well, which is what we saw from the previous over, Jack. We started the over well previous over, but then it finished off with a 4. Let's see how smart Manak will be. Oh my goodness, catch brought down, and this time we can't blame the sun.
I'm not 100% certain about that, my finks. He really did seem to react very late. The fielder reacted quite late. as we see on the replay, well, he's out of picture as the ball leaves the bat, but certainly the reaction from the fielder was quite late.
Yes, definitely. But I also think with the bigger boundary, they're not sure exactly where to stand. There we go, bowled him. Manak gets him with that quick darted one. Diteko looking to give himself room and castled by Manak. Middle stump out the ground.
Very, very interesting celebration.
Yes, he's actually a very lovely character, Imran Manak. Always very playful, but very determined, serious on the cricket field. And of course, he enjoys his life and his good moments. So good to see that.
As we see on the replay here, just that wicket that has fallen. He's really darted that ball in, with that stump ending up completely dislodged and out of the ground and ending up in the keeper's gloves. So Diteko departs for 29, a very well played 29 from 19. Daffet Warriors are sitting on 85 for 1. He was the perfect foil for a very industrious Mohammad Manak, who is still at the crease, unbeaten on 51 from 25 balls. And in walks a gentleman who has had a fine season so far with a bat in this competition, Matthew de Villiers.
Yes, that's the skipper, and it was his first game as captain. Actually, he started this season in professional cricket as captain. So it's been a lovely purple patch for de Villiers, and one can see why. He's put in a lot of hard work in the winter, and it's starting to pay off. With Manak's dismissal, Jackie, I actually think that Diteko could have used his feet more. So he was very stationary in the crease. I think he could have used his feet to come down the wicket more because he started in, so he could back himself. He hit clean straight over the bowler's head. So he should have trusted that strength. With long on and long off being so wide, he could have attacked the side screen a bit more, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely, Muffings. But of course, the nature of T20 cricket is high risk, high reward. And in this instance, the risk didn't pan out for the batter, but of course did for the bowler.
Oh yes, speaking of high risk, high reward, there's a man who's not afraid to take risks. Matt de Villiers employing that reverse sweep option first ball, and one can see why that short boundary on the offside allows that to happen.
Very, very interesting start to Matthew de Villiers' innings. Let's see how he navigates his second ball and what will be Imran Manak's fifth ball of his second over.
Lovely touch game by de Villiers, knocking it to the sweeper point for a single.
That's more like it, Matthew de Villiers. Imran Manak just taking the pace of that delivery a little bit and slightly loopier, slightly more flighted than what we've seen from him in his previous 10 balls.
Let's see again if he'll finish the over well. So far it's been a decent over by Manak, only 3 runs from the over.
Smart cricket, very, very smart cricket by Mohammad Manak. We've just lost a wicket. The run rate is sitting pretty at almost 11, just a touch under 11. A lot of firepower to come, no need to be reckless. Turns that round the corner down to the short fine leg for a single, and that brings to an end the 8th over. Warriors run rate at 11.4, and they are currently 87 for the loss of 1 wicket. And that is the wicket of Diteko, who went for a very well played 29 from 19 balls.
Yeah, Jack, very good start by the Warriors. They've taken in a lot of advantage of the power play, but the nice thing is that they continued the momentum after the power play. So this really sets the game up for the big hitters coming in the middle order. One question, Jackie, do you still think that for now they should continue the momentum from at least Manak's end whilst de Villiers plays himself in, given the fact that there's only 12 overs left and there's still lots of batting to come?
Well, to answer that question, we've got Farisco Adams, who's now just been brought on from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. And so there's a lot happening at the moment. So maybe just an over or so of just consolidating. Play and a miss by Mohammad Manak. Just an over or 2, perhaps just 6 balls of consolidating, and then Manak can continue his onslaught. A lot of firepower to come in this Warriors team, but also smart cricket being played by them. Not getting carried away. Playing percentage cricket, hitting the long balls when it's on offer, a little bit of cat and mouse. So yeah, just an over or so to consolidate and then capitalize on scoring again.
He's bowled him. Farisco Adams gets Manak, taking the pace off the ball with his off-cutters, and the man known as the Iceman does the job for the Boland team.
Commentator's curse. Mafink's commentator's curse. Just as we were discussing, Manak backs away, tries to be a little bit more industrious, and he's misjudged it, and it's cost him his wicket. Very, very experienced campaigner is Frisco Adams. Beautiful slower ball, just taking the pace off, little off cutter, and that has done the job. And double breakthrough for the Goldrush Boland team here. And that brings to the crease Matthew Brzezinski, a name that is very, very popular in these parts of the world. And he comes to the crease with the Warriors on 87. Sitting pretty. How do you think these two will now go about it, Muffings?
Yes, Jackie, Matthew Brzezinski is a talismanic player, but I think the two of them, with the experience that Brzezinski has, and obviously the captain wanting to play captain's knock, they'll use, like you've said, the next 1 or 2 overs, given that it's a change, to knock it around, perhaps take 6 balls each, 7 balls each, and then once they find the rhythm, I'm assuming they'll probably look to attack that short boundary.
Of course, Matthew Brzezinski is a player who is exceptionally strong off his legs. So Frisco Adams will know that he would not want to stray onto the legs of Matthew Brzezinski early and give him momentum in his innings.
There we go, Brzezinski looking to rotate strike with high intensity. Only a single though to that deep point fielder. Fingers on the ball by Frisco Adams and taking the pace off. So I think Adams knows these two fox characters, wily foxes, and he's decided that he's going to take pace off the ball and probably might look for the Yorker as his wicket-taking ball. So cat and mouse games again. This is the interesting thing about T20.
Field change now as the man from the long on boundary comes in, occupies the mid-off position. Matthew de Villiers, of course, exceptionally strong off his legs and leg side, and he has absolutely punished that down to the deep backwards square boundary for 4.
Yes, very strange here by Frisco Adams. So he's brought long off up to mid off and then took third man down. So one would have assumed that with third man and deep point, he would at least go for a wide Yorker. So he's gone straight lines and then a short length, and he's lost a lot of pace. So very easy pickings there for Matt de Villiers. Let's see if Adams bounces back.
Pace off again on that occasion. So Frisco Adams looking to mix his pace up here. And he's been successful. He's had a measure of success in this, his first over. He's taken a wicket and he's only gone for 5 runs. Now, as we've seen with some tight overs before, the last 2 deliveries have gone for boundaries, or at least 1 boundary, and that's changed the complexion of the over quite a bit. Let's see how Frisco Adams navigates this last ball of his over.
The field change has obviously forced Adams to go wicket to wicket with long on and long off now back, and then third man and fine leg up. So he finishes the over well. Smart by Frisco Adams. Always as a bowler, your first 2 balls, you want to start the over well, and then your last 2 balls, you want to close the over really well. So very smart by the Iceman.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's delivered on just that, Muffings. And with that, 9 overs bowled, the Dafabet Warriors still sitting pretty on 93 for 2. Bit of a conference happening there between captain and some of his senior players.
Those conferences usually happen when there's a bit of pressure, Jackie. Usually there's a lot of different voices trying to now come up with ideas. Usually when you play well and you force your opposition to play to their plan B, that's when you know you're in charge of the game. Warriors being 93 for 2, going at well above 10 overs, 10 per over rather. We're looking at least doubling that score, plus the momentum generally in the last few overs. If you're only 4 down with one of the top 4 batters in, you can really score at about 12 and over in the last 6 overs. So I think the Boland team now in the middle overs will look more to quiet the game a bit, just to slow the momentum down a bit. So let's see how they go. I think Leon Gqeberha comes in to bowl. Gqeberha starts really well, hitting top of off stump and forcing Brzezinski to play straight, or rather Matt de Villiers to play through the covers, but there is somebody sweeping on that boundary. So he started the over well with a single. Let's see what he does for the next 5 balls.
Your prediction on what would be a par score here, Muffinks?
I think 220. I would be happy with 220 given the reasons I've given. My reasons for that, Jackie, the spinners haven't really quietened the game as much as what we would have expected, but the power play has allowed the Daffabet Warriors to run away with it. Usually you can't win the game in that first 6 overs, but you can really lose it in that first 6 overs. So at the rate that Warriors were going at, only the wickets could have at least brought the game back.
A false stroke there by Matthew Brzezinski as he scampers through for a single. Certainly seems as if though the bowlers who are taking pace off the ball will have some success here this evening.
Most definitely. I've seen a couple from Manak really turn when he slows it down, and even for the seamers it will happen. But also what we saw in the power play, whenever they banged it in short, it just stood up. So a very good wicket to slow the pace off. Use your fingers, cutters, leg cutters, off cutters is the key here.
De Villiers frustrated with himself. He would feel that he's missed out on that, but also a brilliant piece of fielding. Ball bouncing just in front of that backward point fielder, and due to his exploits, the Dafabet Warriors do not add any more runs to their score.
Quick 2 there by Matt de Villiers and Matthew Brzezinski. Good running by the 2, exploiting that big leg side boundary, knowing very well that there's lots of 2s and 3s in those pockets. So very well done. He tucks it around himself, straight lines by Gqeberha, and just worked around the corner there. Quick 2 runs, good running, good intensity. So those 2s and 3s on the leg side boundary, the bigger boundary, those will accumulate with the boundaries to the shorter boundary. So we're in for a really good score here. I think 210, 220.
Excellent little uppercut by Matthew de Villiers, and that finds its way down to the third man boundary towards the duck pond. And as we've seen too often in this innings, one of the last 2 balls going for a boundary, that was brilliantly played.
Matt de Villiers doing really well there. As Craig mentioned earlier, the game has now evolved. People are looking for 360 players. So players are scoring everywhere now around the field.
By no stretch of the imagination was that a bad delivery, Muffings.
One can see what Gqeberha was doing. They was looking for a slower ball bouncer with those cutters. But when you've got a big leg side boundary, the best direction for a bouncer, if it's a right-hander, is to the left eye, just to tuck him in and force him to go to that leg side boundary. I'm joined again by our main man, Mr. Craig. How are you doing, Craig?
Yeah, thanks very much. Those 2 wickets have just slowed down the momentum with some clever changes of bowling. You know, because at one stage, 10 runs and over, 12 runs and over, it was very easy. It's still at 10, but the scoring rate has, you know, you can see it's dropped intensity, and now Brzezinski and de Villiers have to get it back again, get that momentum going.
Well bowled by Adams, taking the pace off again. Pace off the ball seems to work on this wicket. So only a single by Matthew Brzezinski.
Yeah, it looks a very good batting wicket. Early on, we said par 180. I doubt it. Keep going like this. One of these 2 batsmen, if they can stay to the end of the 20 overs, then you're looking at 220, 230 possibly.
Definitely, Craig. I think these 2 are consolidating now because of the early loss of wickets, or rather the loss of the 2 wickets consecutively. So with the 2 new batters, usually they'll need a bit of time to play themselves in. So Boland have managed to bring that scoring rate down from 13 and over at some stage to 10. But if one of these 2 sticks around there and lets the other big hitters bat around them, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, certainly one of these 2 batsmen must stay towards the end, but you just get the impression that these 2 batsmen, they are the main strike force of the Warriors for next 5 overs. They must not take any risks, put it that way. Still play their shots, but try and eliminate the risks. And then once you've got wickets in hand, 15 overs gone, well, then it's open season. Then everybody comes in and swings for the hill.
Certainly, especially like I've said, with the short leg side boundary, there'll be a lot to do. It would have been nice for the Warriors if they had a bit more left-hand, right-hand combinations to target that short boundary, Craig.
Yeah, you can see they're targeting right wide outside off stump, because that short boundary, they've got 3 men stationed out on that leg side boundary, and you just get the feeling that either of these 2 batsmen, if they get hold of the delivery, all those fielders are going to do is sit and watch it sail into the stands. So, possibly if you're looking to try and keep the delivery outside off stump, maybe just bring one of those outside men in. That's well bowled. Almost looking for the Yorker. Well dug out by Bretsky.
Yes, he's a good character, Frisco Adams, very sharp bowler. And he was a lot quicker than this, and he was very accurate with his Yorkers. But what he's done is over the last few years, he's adapted to the fact that he's lost a bit of pace and started to use a lot of leg cutters and off cutters, and then slower ball bouncers and slower wide Yorkers. So he'll be a handful for them.
Yeah, he's developed his own strategy in terms of how he's approaching bowling at certain of these batsmen. There again, it just doesn't bounce. De Villiers frustrated. But change of pace again. This is where the batsman, in a sort of twilight, we've still got sunshine, not on the ground, but a bit further away, the lights are on. So you in that intermediate period, and it's not that easy to pick up the ball, especially with a change of pace.
Certainly.
Yeah, there's insurance out there. It'll just be the single. That'll end a very good Frisco Adams over. He's just conceded 11 runs with 1 wicket, and that's his 2nd over completed. You wonder, are they going to let him bowl through to try and deprive the Daffet Warriors batsman of De Villiers? He enjoys the spinner. Just an absolute lack of bounce there. No pace at all from Manak.
Yes, he's very sharp. He knows De Villiers likes the pace on a bit, and then he also employs the reverse sweep. So taking the pace off was a good idea. But Manak will certainly mix it up, I can assure you. He's got a good Yorker as well. I know many people don't expect spinners to have Yorkers, but nowadays finger spinners in T20 can also bowl into that block hole. Let's see how Manak goes on with this over.
All the time in the world to just play that out onto that vacant, wide, big leg side area. 108 for 2. Bretsky, his total moves on by 1. And just interesting, looking at the field Manak's bowling, fine leg is in the circle. The other 3 men are backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on.
Yes, Manak this time has decided that, look, if he can bowl an over where he doesn't concede any boundaries, it will bring back Boland into the game. That's why he's given himself protection, a short third man and backward point, and then a sweeper point. He's actually there for the reverse sweep. But I like what Manak has done, Craig. To Matthew Bretsky, who prefers to release pressure by using his feet, he's gone deep onto the wicket, bowling hard into the wicket. And then to Matt De Villiers, he's bowled it a lot slower. So let's see what happens.
When in doubt, hit straight. That's brilliant fielding. Coming across from mid-off, Dudgeon does very well to restrict Bretsky to 2.
Excellent work by Dudgeon. He's covered a lot of ground to stop that, and he's given it his all.
111 on the board. Players will most probably take their feet off the ground. It's always been like that in cricket. South Africa, Nelson, 111, and the Australians, for some reason, 87 was their nemesis total. They believe 13 runs short of 100.
Yes, in cricket there's always these superstitions about Nelson, and depending on the historical context, in different parts of the world, they see a certain score as their boogeyman.
Now, one thing the Warriors have got, which is to their advantage, they've got Bretsky and De Villiers at the crease at the moment. They are exceptionally quick between the wicket. And with the lopsided space here at Dafabet St. George's, with the long side away towards the scoreboard, you watch, they'll be trying to get the pace off the bat, placing the ball rather than hitting it, because then it'll get to the deep fielders too quickly. But they'll place it, and they will comfortably amble through for 2. So 12 overs gone, 113 for 2, the Warriors, having lost the toss and being asked to bat first and rollicking along. Wasanawe, the women's inbound international tour. We're going to welcome Ireland to our shores.
Yes, the Irish team will be starting off in Hull, I think, Craig, and then they move to St. George's Park, their next fixture. So this December will be a lovely summer for those who love cricket.
Yeah, certainly. And you know, women's cricket, they've absolutely distinguished themselves. And it's amazing how quickly their fan base has grown. Just a single that was hit very hard out to that deep point boundary.
Yes, and as you've said, Craig, the Proteas ladies have really done us a really good advertisement as South Africa. I think over the past few ICC events, South Africa has become a real force to be reckoned with. Coach Mandla Mashimbi has really continued the work that the previous coaches have done, and the director, Enoch Mkwe, of the international team has actually identified the right coaching squads, put every team together, and it's really pleasing to watch.
Lofted over the offside, away to the boundary. That's a typical Brzeski drive over the top on the offside. Much needed boundary. Get that momentum back again. 118 for 2.
Yes, I think Brzeski has decided, himself and de Villiers, that they're going to target Nyaka. So there are big spaces in the offside, and what they've done well is that they've pocketed the balls in the pockets, ran 2s and 3s, but now they're looking to attack. So I think this is the time where they're going to bring up the momentum. Smart by these two. They've looked there. They've got JP King, Kruger, who can actually take you on. So they've got nothing to lose anymore. There we go.
Well, he's swung out at that delivery, and it's taken out on the square boundary. And that's the end of Brzeski. A little bit too optimistic, looking for the huge boundary. It falls short, and Brzeski has to head back to the change room. The third Dafabet Warriors wicket falls with a total on 118, and that's Brzeski gone for 12.
That's a big wicket by Akonam Nyaka, and I think that what's happened over the last few overs from Adams, those overs that Adams bowled, and Manak, is that now at this phase of the game, the pressure creates wickets. So if you bowl 2-3 overs consecutively, where you go at about 5, 6 and over, there has to be psychologically a desire by the batting side to start to attack more. I think the intention by Brzeski was right, but as you can see with that shot, he was leaning back. The minute you lean back when you're cutting or trying to go over extra cover, you tend to splice the ball up in the air. So the intention was right. It's the skill execution that's let him down.
Yeah, there was just too much weight on the back foot, and he got more altitude than length out of that shot he played. It's brought JP King to the crease. Scored 157 runs already this season at a strike rate of 158. His 19th innings in the T20 career. Useful average, and that strike rate. Anything above 140. Very good.
Yes, usually what they do is that they combine your strike rate and average, and that should at least amount to 170. So he's a dangerous player in this format. Averaging 32.3 and then going at a strike rate of 141 is really, he can really hurt a team. So let's hope those who support the Warriors will get a treat from him tonight. If he fires really well and then followed up by Kruger, Warriors will be looking again at that 220 mark.
JP King about to face his first delivery from Nyaka. A little waft outside that off stump. Only way Goldrush Boland are going to try and restrict the Warriors is by consistently taking wickets, getting a new batsman at the crease. But while de Villiers is there, you avoid the situation where you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. That's when your scoring rate goes backwards at a rate of knots. As we said earlier on, one of de Villiers or Brzeski had to bat through until the end.
It'll have to be de Villiers this time, and then the new batters would have to start their innings by hitting the sweepers hard to get the 1s and 2s. And once they find themselves in, then they have to really go big. Almost like you are willing to lose a wicket every over in the last 6 overs if you only fall down, but trying to get 10, 12 and over. So the new batters are the ones who are going to have to take the risk for the team, and De Villiers has to just continue the momentum.
Yeah, it's that last 5 overs. Any side batting, if they can keep wickets in the sheds for those last 5 overs with a set batsman at the crease, well, then a big score's in the offing. Oh, sliced away, finds the gap perfectly, does De Villiers. That was a beautiful shot.
Excellent shot. He didn't try to overhit it. He really placed it nicely in the gap. It's a good outfield here at St. George's Park. So all you need to do is to find those gaps, and then you are racing away for 4. Lovely shot by De Villiers, but also he kept his composure. Didn't lean too far back. Lovely shot. There we go in the replay.
Placement absolutely perfect. Away for boundary. And that's all the Dafabet Warriors. Each over they face from here on in, if they can hit 1 boundary, bonus 2, they're going to end up with a big score. The 13 overs gone, 123 for 3. It equates to a run rate of 9.5 runs per over. You're wanting to get to that 220 mark. Well, that's averaging 11 runs an over. So there's some chasing to be done. Manak again.
The question Warriors will have to ask themselves, Craig, is that if they're only 3 or 4 down with 6 overs to go, can they back themselves to get 12 and over? So
I'm sure, wickets in hand, that's the secret, I think.
yes, that's for sure. So if they wickets in hand, hopefully for them, if they can get 10 runs from this over, then they can back themselves by being only 7 down to take bigger risks, especially towards that short boundary.
Yeah.
So CJ King will have to be proactive, move maybe towards the offside when he's batting in the other end, and then at the park drive end, and then attack that leg side boundary. He's a strong hitter of the ball, as we've said, so there's a lot to offer there.
Good safe fielding. The slide coming in from Dudgeon. Yeah, as long as De Villiers, obviously the partnership between Bretsky and De Villiers was the important one. Now that that's been broken, De Villiers must make sure he's there at the end.
Well bowled by Manak, getting a lot of turn and bounce there. So he's a tall lad, and when he gets it really right by slowing some of them down, looking more for dip, then he gets a lot of bounce and spin.
That's the secret of bowling on a pitch like this one here at St. George's. You've got to identify what sort of speed you're going to get the best result. That'll just be the single to that deep mid-on.
Single to long on, Manak pushing that one a bit quicker. So Manak will have to figure out as a spin bowler, because you either on that day, on that pitch, bowling most of your balls slower than the wicket-taking ball is the quicker one, or you're going to go quick to create pressure, then you bowl slower for the wicket-taking one. So he has to work it out on this sort of pitch, which kind of balls are creating the dot balls.
Well, there's a typical example. Manak bowled that delivery so slow that De Villiers, there were gaps out there on the offside, but he just couldn't time the delivery. Almost never got to him. No bails disturbed, optimistic, Manak. But that ends now the 14th over, 126 for 3. De Villiers, well, he's going along well, 24 of 22, and JP King new to the crease, 3 of 5. Yeah, Laura Wolfart, unbreakable, you can say that.
Oh yes, Laura Wolfart has been excellent for the Proteas. She's really led us really well in all the games, not just on the field, but even with how she's conducted herself in the conferences and all that. So she's been a real star for us, and I think what she's done for the Proteas together with her team has really taken the star of the Proteas ladies to another level.
Cricket South Africa have got that slogan, wasn't nowhere, to the Ireland Women's Inbound International matches.
Yep, Wazanawa being the slogan, which in Zulu means come with us, you know. So Wazanawa is you too, come with us. So it's calling on everybody to support and gather and rally around South Africa's teams. Lovely slogan. Fresco Adams starting that over with a slower ball Yorker, if one could call it that way, and JP King working it nicely to long on. So I think Adams will employ those slower balls and maybe even some wide Yorkers.
Well, that one was just an easy full toss that he's put away to the long side of St. George's Park, and not the best delivery from Adams. But as he's gained more experience. So you almost think sometimes he tries to do too much with each delivery. You know, if you've got sort of 4 very good deliveries you can bowl, and you work within those 4 deliveries, and you're not going to get everyone spot on every time, and those become your varied deliveries. I just think sometimes bowlers, they just try and do too much.
That's so right. And the funny thing is that the bowler who's probably been the most successful in terms of wickets, Mutai Muralidharan, said he didn't need to do many things. He said as long as he had a ball that turned in and one that went away, he would just change his pace. So he also thought that sometimes bowlers try to do too much, and too much options, if one could put it that way, too many options confuses you.
Yeah, it does. Because ideally, as the bowler's walking back to his mark, he should have worked out who he's bowling to. He should know their strengths and weaknesses and decide what delivery he's going to bowl. There's another gentle full toss. But at this stage of the game, Rush Boland just conceding 1 runner ball. The odd bad ball will go to the boundary. 133 for 3. It's up to King.
It's that odd bad ball that's costing Boland that goes away for 4, because then it swings the momentum back again to going to at 9 and over. Now with only 3 down, Boland are going to have to bowl really well over the next 6 overs.
De Villiers trying to advance down the track. But if you're going to, you've got to look to keep your bat straight. That was at an angle of 45 degrees, and consequently a complete lack of timing and no contact made.
I'm surprised they haven't taken the option of shifting across to the offside with that short leg side boundary. I think the 2 of them could target that boundary more.
Yeah, it's certainly very short. There's mid-wicket out there.
Farisco Adams closing that over off really nicely. He's bowled well, Adams. 1 for 19 in 3 overs. 6 runs and over in this context is actually a gigantic spell.
Well, 15 overs gone, 134 for 3. De Villiers, once again, the mainstay of this Dafabet Warriors innings. He's not out on 30. With him, the new batsman, JP King. He'll have to get a wriggle on if he's going to try and get Dafabet Warriors to a very defendable total come the end of the 20 overs.
Absolutely, Craig. So the last 10 overs have yielded only 59 runs. 75 runs scored in the first 6 overs. And all of a sudden, the Warriors scoring curtailed to 6 runs and over, or just less than 6 runs and over for the last 10 overs.
And the old adage is there, if you want to curtail a run rate, take wickets. Make sure you're getting a new batsman at the crease. And that's exactly what you're saying, with the 3 wickets having fallen, Duteko, Manek and Brzezinski.
And by no stretch of the imagination can one call it a procession of wickets that has fallen, Craig, but just the break of a partnership, just 2 new batters at the crease, and all of a sudden it's a different ball game. Scoring at a rate of 13 plus in the first 6 overs to now less than 6 in the next 10.
Now, you've also got to consider possibly, this is a beautiful batting pitch, it looks like it. Maybe the ball just gone slightly soft, because the new ball will travel, come onto the bat nicely. That's good fielding, restricting the Warriors batsman to just a single.
Manak has bowled beautifully. Between him and Farisco Adams, they've been the pick of the Goldrush Boland bowlers this evening. However, the bulk of the curtailing has come from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. It seems, in my opinion, Craig, to just act up a little bit. There's just a little something in it for the bowlers from this Duck Pond Pavilion end.
Yeah, I think it's more the change of pace that's put on the ball by the Goldrush Boland bowlers. That's not a good delivery from Stuurman. He'll have to bowl that again. And that's not what Goldrush Boland want at this stage of the innings. They're trying to haul the Dafabet Warriors in.
And he'd want to, Stuurman would want to have a very, very strong last 2 overs. He took a bit of stick in the first 2, couldn't hit his straps.
Now they should be looking for 2. That's a perfect pace. Oh, and it looks like it's de Villiers that actually slipped at the striker's end, and that was 2 runs out the question. 139 for 3, halfway through the 16th over.
Still a very, very healthy rate that the Warriors are going at, and they're still in a very good position, Craig.
Oh, that's away fine. That should run away for 4. It does. Not the best of lines from Stearman. Oh, just losing his footing with that delivery.
Rush Boland can ill afford boundaries at this stage, and in particular, Glenton Stearman.
Now you see Stearman taking a tumble, and that from de Villiers was fine enough. He's not happy. Something's wrong there.
Perhaps something that we don't know, Craig. Early on in this over, Matthew de Villiers slipped and couldn't complete a second, and now Glenton Stearman.
Now, de Villiers slipped on the green section of the pitch next to the one they're playing on. Stearman, I think you might find his studs in his boot are too worn out. They're not giving him that grip that he needs in the delivery. Well, it's a case of tip and run now for the decent deliveries, and the bad ones put away for 4.
That's where you want to be, Mr. Stearman. Hard length, on and around, off stump. Only a single from that.
Now, Stearman's really battled right from that initial opening spell. He was very expensive and just couldn't find a line, couldn't find a length, and he got severely punished. No, here's another over that's going to go for 12 runs. So keeping that momentum up are the Dafabet Warriors. 145 for 3 after 16.
Craig, and of course this top of the table clash has some interesting implications.
Yeah, we were discussing it off air. And this is the Warriors' last game in terms of the round robin. They're playing 7 games. So the Warriors can get, by winning this, they can get to 25, a bonus point 26. Rush Boland has still got 2 games, including this one, to play. They can end up on 30 with possibly 32 with a bonus point. Western Province, well, they've got the Lions to play, and World Sports betting Western Province, they can end up on 22 without the bonus point 21. The Dolphins, they can end up on 24 or without bonus points 22. They've got the Titans and the Lions to play still. So it looks like the top 4 has sorted itself out. But it's going to be interesting because remember the format. Once the top 4 have been identified, one will play 2 in the first game. The winner goes straight through to the final. Numbers 3 and 4 play an eliminator. The winner then playing the loser of the first game. And the winner of that then plays in the final. So it's almost as though you come second in the league, you almost can get 2 bites at the cherry. Keith Dudgeon now. Hoisted high, wide and handsome. 1 bounce just before the ropes and away for 4. 149 for 3. Now the accelerator's being pushed.
And Keith Dudgeon coming around, very interesting, coming around the wicket to Matthew de Villiers, probably in an attempt to get him to play the ball, hit the ball to that long side of the boundary. But we also know that Matthew de Villiers is exceptionally strong leg side.
And it's a very short boundary. Now there is that almost 7th, 8th stump line outside off stump, but well placed, back for 2.
He would say he's bowled that to his field, Craig.
Yeah, brings up the 150 for the Daffabet Warriors, off 101 balls, 151 for 3. the batsmen out so far, Duteko, Manak and Brietsky. Now, this JP King, he must now swing. And he does, perfectly.
He must have gotten your telegram, Craig.
Yep.
And the game is poised and set up perfectly for a player of King's abilities.
Look, I don't understand why Keith Dudgeon is bowling around the wicket. Well, he's now decided to go back over the wicket. But that's bowling into a batsman's arc. You're looking for outside that off stump, you've got to pitch it wide. The batsman's just going to play it away. If you try and straighten it, short boundary, straight into the leg, well, it's going to land in row G. Nice wide delivery, but I think that's going to get punished as well. No, a lot of mileage covered out on that deep cover boundary.
To your question about Keith Dudgeon coming around the wicket, Craig, you know, perhaps just a change of angle plays on the mind of the batter. Who knows? It certainly didn't bear fruit or dividends for Dudgeon.
Yeah, not at Dudgeon's pace, on a belter of a pitch. Now, a thick inside edge, fortuitous, but he's going to get the boundary, is JP King.
And certainly the complexion of this Warriors team in terms of how they have played the game this season. A hallmark of their batting so far is a lot of orthodox cricket shots, Craig. I haven't seen a lot of reverse paddles and a lot of unorthodox cricket.
Well, that gives you an idea of how good this pitch is. All credit to Adrian Carter that the batsman doesn't have to try those streaky shots. They can play good cricket shots and they're getting rewarded. The outfield's absolutely quick and you've got a small boundary on the one side. So, no, it's been good cricket by the batsman. Hammered down the ground. Oh. Coming back for two. That's good running. Turning what would normally be a single into two. That's the end of the 17th over. 165 for three. Oh, Dudgeon, 3 overs, and he's gone for 41 runs.
And this crowd that has come in this evening has been thoroughly entertained. Good to see that the numbers in the stands seem to be up.
Yeah, you just hope for their sake that the Warriors win this game, possibly get a hosting game here at St. George's Park, and you'll find the crowd. They'll be here in a flash.
And our local crowd certainly has been starved of playoff cricket of recent times where the home team has featured.
Good partnership so far. 47 between these two. Steelman again. Oh, cute. Brings up the 50 partnership. And De Villiers showing us exactly what skills he's got. And Steelman bearing the brunt again. 169 for 3.
Brilliant, Craig. In comes the little reverse paddle. It's almost like the batters have a link to the commentary this evening.
Yeah, it's been a tough night at the office for Glenton Stearman. Short boundary, hammered straight. They won't look for two. There's good fielding out in the deep, attacking that delivery, getting to the ball quickly, keeping that second run right out of the equation. 170 for 3 now.
Looks like there's just a slight shift in momentum here in favor of the Dafabet Warriors again.
No, they're hovering around that 10 runs per over. And you think with 7 wickets in hand, 2 overs to come after this Stearman over, oh, 220's on. I'm sure they'll be looking for 2. Yes, they are. They'll have to hurry. That's very good cricket from JP King. Was he calling for gloves? I think in trying to make his ground, he slid in, or just acknowledging the call from De Villiers.
Such has been this little change in momentum and and the increase in the run rate of late. 3 to 4 overs ago, Craig, the Warriors were going along at just over 9 and over, 9.1.
Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. Well, these boundaries are costing Rush Boland now. 176 for 3. JP King into the 30s, catching De Villiers, who's on 41.
Despairing dive by the fielder down on the boundary there, and perhaps just an indication of the evening that Rush Boland have had so far. They've thrown everything at the Warriors, and the Warriors have just come out on top every single time.
Now, it's a day Glenton Stearman will forget. His 50 coming up in his final over. And that's fine. Is that going to run away again? Yes, it is. Oh, this is good batting from JP King, but those figures of Glenton Stearman are going to look very sorry.
Take nothing away from the batter here, Craig, but they certainly have been helped by the bowling of Glenton Stearman in this over. He's really battled this evening. He's a quality player, just could not hit his straps this evening.
Oh, there's my pass score on the board, and there's still 13 balls to be bowled. 200, 210, 220 on the cards. No, surely that's got to be a wide. Try to follow JP King as he gave himself room, and that almost, Stearman's fortunate that it just pitched on the moan area of the pitch.
Of course, he'll have to re-bowl that one.
Now, he hasn't had the best of directional nights. His second ball went away for 4 wides. They'll look to take 2 here. It's a long chase from out on that boundary at mid-wicket, and quite comfortably back for the second. And eventually Glenton Stearman's over comes to an end. His 4 overs costing 57 runs. 2 overs to go, 183 for 3 with De Villiers on 41, and JP King has caught him up very quickly. He's on 40. Just look at that batting lineup. Everybody got themselves in. It was only Matthew Breeski that got out, but everybody else has got themselves in and contributed to what should be, providing they bowl and field well, could be a winning night for Dafabet Warriors. Because one thing we haven't spoken about, I think the Dafabet Warriors, their fielding has been an absolute spectacle the whole season, and to the extent that their fielding has won them games. They've been absolutely brilliant. Some of the catches that have been taken, the fielding, gentle 2s, just a single given away. You know, and you continuously keep on doing that, you're slowing down the momentum, and you're giving yourself motivation. Oh, away fine. That'll go for 4. Pain continues.
That'll irk Frisco Adams, but the scoreboard ticks over. 187 for 3, and we still have 11 balls, 11 legal balls left in this first innings.
I think the bowlers are resting a bit easy in the Daffet Warriors camp, because they know they're going to have a reasonable total to defend. Oh, brilliant change of pace. Almost never got to De Villiers, that delivery.
And Craig, to your point, perhaps a very, very underrated and unspoken of statistic is that most championship sides are also the best fielding side.
Oh, they have to be. You remember when night cricket first started in South Africa under floodlights, 45 overs, and 180 was considered a winning score in 45 overs, and the fielding was never as important as it's become as the game has evolved. Another wide, that's not helping the Rush Boland side, spend even longer out in the field.
Frisco Adams remonstrating with umpire Sodumo, feeling that the batter had moved across and therefore the wide line should have moved along with him. Umpire Sadumo just bringing calm to the situation. Frisco Adams will have to re-bowl that one regardless.
Well, the umpire's certainly not going to change his decision. Just get back to your mark, think about what you're going to do with your next delivery. Hammered down the ground, it'll be on the bounce to that deep mid-on. 189 for 3. 9 deliveries remain.
And almost quite quietly, these two batters have moved on. Matthew de Villiers, 46 from 34, and JP King, by his standards, a quiet 40 of 20, even though he's striking at 200%.
Yeah, 40 off just 20 deliveries. He's certainly done the pinging. No, that's got to be wide. Oh, it's gone Adams' way. No wide call there. Wow.
Perhaps a bit of overcompensation there for the previous one, Craig.
Yeah, I think
Certainly looked wide from up here.
JP King possibly moved too far across to the offside, and when the batsman does that, that wide line that the umpires use as a marker, that will also move should the batsman move. Let's hammer the way, short boundary. Roji, 195 for 3.
Good, clean, flat hit down to the cow corner boundary. As flat as it was, Craig, that fielder out on the boundary could only watch it sail over his head.
We were talking earlier on, those men on the boundary, they'd be better off in the ring saving the easy singles that are being given away. Because anything lofted, such a short side of St. George's Park, it's into the stands. Oh, this he hasn't timed. Adams underneath it. Won't make a mistake off his own bowling. And that's the end of JP King. Gone for a very well played 46.
Brilliant for Frisco Adams. Just a change of pace brings about the false stroke by JP King. And his night with the bat ends a brilliant 46 from 22. He'll be irked with himself. He could have kicked on and helped this Daffabet Warriors team get to that 220.
I think he's done his job perfectly well. While de Villiers has been there, he's accelerated the run rate, scoring at a run rate of 200. So you can't ask a batsman coming in that stage of the innings to do any better. Brilliantly done.
And in strolls Patrick Kruger to the crease. His job will be to help take the Dafabet Warriors into the 200s this evening.
Well, JP King, I'm checking the notes here. This season, he holds the record so far for the most number of sixes hit. And he's hit 2 tonight, so that makes it 14 sixes in 7 knocks that he's hit for 6.
Yes, Craig, and he's also right up there on the stats sheet in terms of strike rate and batting average. So certainly he's had a fantastic campaign thus far. I'm sure he would love to build some momentum into the SA20 that starts very soon.
Yeah, Dudgeon back on for his final over. 0 for 41 his figures. De Villiers 46 of 34.
Let's see what Dudgeon can produce here for his team this evening in his last over.
Last over. Wonder how tight. 4 needed by De Villiers for a 50. Fingers across the seam, short. Well, you've almost premeditated that you're going to charge down the pitch. And good thinking from Dudgeon. Change of pace. De Villiers couldn't lay a bat on it.
And of course, Craig, last over of the innings. Every single stroke now is basically a free hit. Now we look for maximum of every single ball.
I still think psychologically you've got to get over the 200 mark. And they're going to, that's reverse swept or reverse scooped for 4. It brings up De Villiers as 50. He was at the beginning of this match the highest scorer in the T20 this season. He's now gone to 50, so that makes it 298 runs that he has scored so far in 7 knocks. Brilliant. Brilliant captaincy as well. 199 for 4 and 200. So important. The Boland batsman will look at that. Oh, 200. We've got to try and chase that. Psychologically, important milestone, but this could be out. Yes, perishing in the cause, trying to get those extra runs, splices it. Clever bowling from Dudgeon, and De Villiers, all he can do is splice it to the man inside the circle of cover.
Of course, given the competitive nature of Matthew de Villiers, he would have loved to have been there for ball 120, but certainly for his team, job done. Excellent innings brought to an end by a good piece of bowling. But of course, as we would have said in the late 90s and the early 2000s, the slog is on. And of course,
you can do it when you've got wickets in hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'd rather see a side being 220 for 9 than being 190 for 3. You know, you've got to use your batsmen. You've got your solid foundation. Somebody has to, we said, and it's worked out like that, when De Villiers and Bresky were together, one of the two had to bat to the end, which is exactly what De Villiers has done. And look at the score they've got on the board. Brilliant. There's a long boundary, but it's not going to be long enough. Out the park. No, I think it's hit the scoreboard and bounced back.
Yeah, it's hit.
There's a 200 on the board.
Absolutely.
How's this for a hit? Watch this. Wow! You can see, there we're talking about that huge area out on the leg side.
Absolutely clean hit, Craig. Are we sure this is the other King brother we're watching here?
Oh, you reckon JP just sort of combed his hair a different way and... Yeah, Dudgeon. Pulled away again. There's a big chase for the men out on that leg side. They'll come back for the second. And I think number one objective achieved by the Dafabet Warriors. Remember, Rush Boland won the toss. Asked the Warriors to bat. And looking at that scoreboard, the Warriors, perfect situation. Maybe Rush Boland have been looking at the weather report, expecting possibly a bit of dew, but 207 with the last ball of the innings coming up. Swung away again. It'll just be the single. Oh, it's fumbled out on the leg side, so King comes back for the second, ends on 10 not out, and that's the end of the Dafabet Warriors innings after being asked to bat by Goldrush Boland here at Dafabet St George's Park. 209 for 5, and contributions all the way down the line. 52 from Manak, Dutako 29, De Villiers 50. Bresky was the only person that didn't do much, got out for 12. JP King, very good, 46. And then CJ King, 10 in the end. So psychologically, that's going to be an important hurdle. Dafabet Warriors, can they defend that? Goldrush Boland, remember, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table at the moment. They still have another game in hand. And everybody has spoken about how good the Warriors are at Dafabet St George's Park. Their fielding has been brilliant, their bowling has been different, and I firmly think 209 for 5 is an easily defendable total. Time for the innings break. Don't go away. This should be a very interesting challenge.
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
I play for the Hollywood Best Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions.
Dafabet Warriors.
Goldrush Boland. World Sports Betting, Western Province.
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons.
The Momentum Multiply Titans.
Get Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe. The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
I play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
Daffabet Warriors.
Rush Boland, World Sports Betting, Western Province,
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons.
The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.
Welcome back to our viewers as we welcome out to the crease Grant Rulofsson and Gavin Kaplan for the Goldrush Boland. They'll have their work cut out for them this evening, Muffings, chasing down this 210 runs that the Daffet Warriors have set for them this evening.
Good evening again to all our viewers. That's right, Jackie. 210, like we said, would be a good total to defend here. So the start will be very important. So where the difference has been so far, the Dafabet Warriors, I think we're going at about 12 runs and over in that power play. So this second innings now is going to be about good starts, especially with a rest spinner in the Warriors' battery of bowlers. It will be a bit harder to chase if they don't get a good start. So let's see how it goes. I think starting us off is Gavin Kaplan, and then Grant Rulofsson is at the non-strikers end. So it should be a good game to watch.
And running in from the Duck Pond Pavilion end is Cohen Mungru. He has had a very decent campaign in this T20 competition. He is seemingly innocuous, but a very, very tough customer, delivering the ball from quite a height, hitting some tough areas, getting some perches, particularly on this St. George's Park track, even though it has been an absolute belter to bat on this evening.
Yeah, Mangru will have to really start well. He generally hits the deck hard. He's got an action where he's got a bit of a pause, but then he uses his long levers to hit the deck hard. Swings it a bit early away, though, because he slings slightly. So let's see how they play him. He's also got a deep backward point and a deep square leg. So I'm assuming he'll look to hit the deck hard and force them to play wide outside off stump to that almost like a very wide third man or a very backward point. So let's see how Mangru starts us off.
Cracking stroke to get us underway here at Dafabet St. George's Park, as Gavin Kaplan just absolutely caresses that through the offside boundary, slightly in front of square, hit well enough for the deep backward point fielder to stand no chance. That's a brilliant stroke and a brilliant start to the innings.
Good start by Boland, getting a boundary off the very first ball of the innings. It's now about bouncing back, and as I've mentioned in the first innings, Chuck, how you start the over and how you complete the over is very important for momentum reasons. A lot straighter there by Kerwin Mangru, looking to go wicket to wicket this time. Much better by Mangru. So, Jackie, if Boland would like to win this game, they need to at least be on about 60 runs after that power play, and ideally to not lose more than 2 wickets. I think that will set the game up nicely. So they will take a few risks here and there. But if they can get 10 and over in this first 6 overs, that sets the platform up nicely for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dafabet Warriors have got some really competent new ball bowlers and some bowlers in the middle overs who can really peg back a batting lineup.
Excellent work there by Kerwin Mangru. Hitting the deck nice and hard, as I've said, and his cover point doing all the work. So the game's looking like it's going to be entertaining.
Of course, the two fielders out during this 6-over power play is that deep backward point, as you've mentioned, Muffings, and of course a deep square leg, indicative of the lengths that Mangru would want to hit on the surface.
Precisely.
Swing and a miss there by Kaplan, and just a little shape, just a little movement off the surface there. Well bowled, Cohen Mungru.
Excellent. I think Kaplan was looking to work it more to the right of that short third man, between the short third man and the wide deep point. So a better option would have probably been to look to hit more in front of the wicket.
And some sideways deviation on that delivery, and just a little bit of bounce that the tall Mangru creates caused the false stroke there.
Again, Mangru hitting the deck hard as we've predicted. So he's bowled nicely to his field. And I think at the moment we've only gone for 4 runs after 5 balls. So good start by Mangru. Let's see if he finishes the over well. The last thing that Dafabet Warriors would want now is to concede a boundary.
And as much as the T20 game has become the playground of the modern day batter, this match will certainly be determined by which bowling unit hits their straps and their areas. Pick up, over mid-on, fielder chases hard. Excellent piece of fielding. But a ball watching by the batters, and what could have been 3 runs has been reduced to only 2 by an excellent piece of fielding. As we were saying, Mafinks, as we have a look at that replay over there, some excellent fielding. As we were saying, this really is going to be an evening of which bowling unit executes best.
That's exactly the difference between the two sides for this evening, Jack. I think it is a good batting wicket, but with that being said, the way Steerman started was really not up to standard, at least not by his own standards. He's a competitive person, right? So I think he would know that, and for tonight they're going to need a lot of work from the batters. Now, if you look at that batting lineup, Fortuin and Van Brieses are very busy batters. They'll move around, use their feet, go inside and out. Adams has the ability to punish you, and then lately I've seen that Buata as well has struck at a very healthy strike rate. So they don't necessarily have big, strong guys like CJ King and Kruger and those guys, but they do have guys who are very proactive. I think there's a reason why the Boland team, Goldrush Boland, have been top of the table, 5 out of 5.
Happy to see that Jedley Van Brieses is in the starting lineup here. A player who's been around the circuit, was at the Southwestern District Badgers, found his way through to the Titans, and now has found some game time with Goldrush Boland. A really exciting player. Very happy for him that he's getting his opportunities.
Yes, he's an exciting young lad. The first time I met him, he was 15 in 2016. I was coaching a bit at Southwestern Districts, and I worked with some of the players from around the block there. Now, as you've said, he's traveled a bit around to the Titans, and he's found a place at Boland. But I do like what Coach Justin Ontong has been doing with the team. The team's energy and spirit is really good. I've bumped into them at a few of their net sessions, and I think he really feels at home there. So good for Jedley Van Brieses.
Absolutely, Muffings. And something that the great Paddy Upton always says is that culture trumps strategy every day of the week. And that certainly seems to be what these two teams that have taken the field today have employed.
Sliding down leg again by CJ King. He's got to get that line more to hit the top of off stump. I think he's starting too straight and he's angling down leg. So he's making it a bit easy to work him around past that short fine leg.
So certainly he's hit his lengths in his first 4 deliveries, 3 of which are legal. He certainly hit his lengths. It's now just about getting the radar right.
Much better by CJ King. Much, much better. Targeting that off-stump line to not give any room towards the offside boundary, cramping the batter up. So he's gone only for 2 runs so far from 3 legal deliveries. So let's see how he finishes the over off again. I think what's likely to happen over the next 1 or 2 overs is that Kaplan and Rulofsson will look to find ways to target the short offside boundary. So let's see how they play this game. Excellent again by CJ King. Jackie, just one question to you. Do you not think, given the fact that they need 11 and over, do you think I'm being too hasty if they could have at least walked down the pitch to King just to unsettle those lengths that you've spoken about?
It's a very interesting question, Muffings. It's a great question, in fact. the nature of the game as we've experienced it over the last few years is that the game can change within the space of 6 balls. So scoops that up. Nothing added to the score. The game can change in the space of a few balls. So very interesting. Something that John Smuts had said last week. You still have time to play yourself in, even in T20 cricket. Even in T20 cricket. So the batters are pacing themselves at the moment. Very, very interestingly poised. The bowling has been fantastic, a lot more consistent in the first 2 overs than the Goldrush Boland side were.
Hitting the fielders again is Gavin Kaplan. So he's on 6 from 10 balls, but he's still getting himself in, as you said. I would have just liked him to be a bit more proactive, especially given the fact that there are no slips and that the length was a bit predictable. So Goldrush Boland find themselves on 8 for naught after 2 overs. Good start by the Daffabet Warriors. Momentum will be the key for the day. So for now, Warriors can still rely on creating pressure, but the best way to build pressure in the power play is to get wickets. Wickets bring pressure in the power play.
Absolutely, Muffings. And even though this is T20 cricket, exciting, swashbuckling stuff, you still have to do the percentage stuff. You've still got to run hard between the wickets. You've still got to look for 1s and 2s and 3s. You've still got to build that momentum. And then once the boundaries come, before you know it, your run rate has gone from, say, 6 to 9 or 10. So it's about doing the percentage stuff well. At the moment, Boland have been pegged down a little bit in the first 2 overs. Gqeberha into the attack and flummoxes Grant Rulofson with his first delivery. Wesley Gqeberha, of course, a bowler who is brilliant at his variations and his guile. He's had a very, very decent campaign with the ball as well, and has bowled particularly well at Dafabet St. George's Park in this T20 competition.
Yeah, Wesley Gqeberha looks quite happy and settled here in Gqeberha. He's coming from Cape Town, and he came through the club structures actually. I think until about last year he was working an office job. So great shot by Rulofson. Uses his feet and then he pumps one over extra cover. So good use of feet by Rulofson.
Yeah, a little bit of enterprise by Rulofson. It had to happen. There had to be a bit of a release. You could feel the tension that's been built up by 2 really, really good overs up front with the new ball, and just a little bit of relief and just a little bit of release of that pressure that's been built up by Rulofson. But as they say, Muffings, one swallow doesn't make a summer. Long way to go here for the Goldrush Boland team still. That's beautifully bowled. Batter has no choice but just to defend innocuously into the ground. The scoreboard remains untouched. 2.3 overs bowled. The Goldrush Boland team sitting on 12 for the loss of no wicket. Grant Rulofson 6 from 10. Gavin Kaplan 6 from 10 balls. Grant Rulofson 5 from 5.
Wesley Gqeberha relying on his back of the hand, slower balls, just to play around with the pace. I think that's the beauty of hindsight from batting first. You begin to know exactly what will work and what won't work. Good shot by Grant Rulofson, getting one to the deep backward point. And again, Wesley Gqeberha mixing up his pace. So change of pace for the seamers will be good. And then for the spinners, it would also work to change the pace. Because it's such a good batting surface, Jackie, you have to always make it hard for the batter to know at which point should they make contact.
And of course, Muffings, in T20 cricket, we say that every single ball is an event on its own. And with a bowler like Gqeberha running in, never knowing what's coming, and as that is hammered through the offside field for a well-struck boundary, on that occasion, Gqeberha's guile, the batter saw it coming, punched it off the back foot, through the covers, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. As we've said, Muffings, every ball in T20 cricket is an event. Do you think that it has the potential for us to get to a point where we're just trying too much with ball in hand?
Yes, I think at times, especially when you've got a big boundary versus small boundary, you can tend to overthink things because it's literally about predictability. Very good shot again by Gavin Kaplan.
Oh no, Muffings. I don't think Gqeberha wants to be bowling them there. That was cannon fodder to the short boundary towards the old Crusader stand. And Kaplan obliges and says, thank you very much. Brilliant, brilliant stroke down to that boundary.
Excellent shot by Gavin Kaplan. But as we were saying, Jackie, in T20 cricket, because every ball's an event, it means as a bowler you need to be calm and actually know exactly what you're going to be doing the next ball. Otherwise, you can tend to overdo things and then you find yourself under pressure. So usually the best bowlers, if you think of your Dwayne Bravos and those guys, they're very clear what is the batter's weakness, and then they look at the field, where's the field set, and then you have to ask yourself, what kind of bad ball am I willing to bowl? So if you bowled it quick and hard outside of, then it's at least going to backward point. But if you bowl that one too short and too straight, with nobody at deep backward square, you can be punished for that.
Absolutely, Muffings. And I see as the first ball of CJ King's second over, Kaplan tries to, Rudolfsson tries to hoik that into the night sky. So certainly now things are starting to happen. This game has come alive in the second innings. It would certainly seem as though the Goldrush Boland side are ready for this chase.
Great shot by Grant Rudolfsson. He smacks that one right over mid-on, targeting that straight boundary. So with mid-on and mid-off up, Jack, there's always a boundary option if they bowl too full. So as a batter, you're always thinking of where to score. I think there's a field changing now. There's fine leg going back and the deep backward point coming up. So this tells us CJ King is likely to go hard length and into the batter's rib cage, to the big boundary on the leg side with deep backward square there.
Rudolfsson not getting all of that, but struck well enough to clear the fielder comfortably. And the battle of the power play is on, Muffings. It's in the air and taken. Excellent bit of fielding, very, very good catch. And the Daffet Warriors have started to make inroads into this Goldrush Boland batting lineup. Grant Rudolfsson departs for a tentative 10 of 8. He was looking to just get started and hit it straight down the throat of that deep square fielder.
Smart bowling there by CJ King, and as I've said, he's going to hit the deck hard and come to your rib cage because he knows he's got that deep backward square there and the fine leg at the back of the boundary, right? Now, if you think about it, my question to the batter would be, was he looking to hit that for 6 or for 4? He could have actually hit the same shot, but more on the ground. So it's still risk versus reward, Jack. And at the end of the day, 6 is just, a 4 is just 2 runs less than a 6. So there was no need for him to take such a big risk on that one. He could have managed the risk by hitting it for 4 in the pocket. So smart bowling though, and then good field changing by Dafabet Warriors.
Absolutely, Muffings. One of the hallmarks of CJ King is that he rushes you. He's quite a skiddy bowler, and I felt like Rudolfsson was just rushed there into playing that stroke. I'm sure in his mind he backed himself to clear that boundary, but he was just rushed and couldn't execute the stroke as best as he could. So to your point, an excellent piece of bowling. Clyde Fortuin off the mark immediately.
Clyde Fortuin is a very busy player, so he will definitely move around his crease. He'll give himself room, he'll come inside the line, he'll look to lap and sweep. So he'll try to keep the scoreboard ticking, the skipper.
Absolutely. And Clyde Fortuin is another gentleman who played some of his cricket down here in the Eastern Cape. Mr. King would have to re-bowl that one. Clyde Fortuin, Muffings, an ex-member of Galvindale Cricket Club down here in Gqeberha.
Yeah, Clyde Fortuin comes from Western Province. I remember when I was that side playing at UWC, he started off in the SA under 19 squad and then he played for Western Province Cricket Club in Cape Town, and he moved up through the Cobra's ranks and found himself in the Eastern Province after a while. So he became a guy who found his identity, and then he came back strong to the Western Cape, but this time via the Cape Winelands in the Boerland.
And Muffings, a gentleman, a player who was perhaps one could argue was in the wilderness for a while and has found his way back into franchise cricket.
Yes, I think if I'm mistaken, he was at Northern Cape, or am I wrong? I think after a year he played a bit at Northern Cape, if I'm correct.
Yeah, he's been around, an experienced player, and certainly by the looks of what we've seen this season, a very good captain.
Yes, he's always had a good cricket brain, Clyde Fortain, but also he's a good people's person. So a lot of the times, people who know him get along well with him. And sometimes when you're looking for captains, you either have a choice between the best technical leader or you want the best social leader. And I think Clyde has a combination of both those things. So he's a good technical leader. He understands the game and has enough experience around him, but also he's a good social leader. He knows how to rally the team around him. So very good character to have as a captain.
The Island Women Inbound T20 series, kicks off on Friday, the 5th of December at World Sport Betting Newlands Cricket Ground. Moves on to Boland Park in Paarl on the 7th of December. And then the final match in that series on the 10th of December at Willowmore Park in Benoni.
It's a jam-packed summer in terms of cricket for our supporters.
He's got him! First ball from a PUM Nyanda, and Kaplan departs. The Warriors would feel that they are firmly in control of this match at the moment. Certainly this power play in terms of runs has been a lot more subdued than the first 6 overs we saw in this match. Brilliant piece of fielding.
Excellent tactics there by the Warriors, using that long boundary to their strength, but also having a cover point coming there. So Nyanda going across the right-hander, and Gavin Kaplan again on that cut shot. If you watch carefully on the replay, he's leaning back a bit. So he's not balanced straight to the fielder. If he was in a good balanced position, he should be hitting that past the fielder's ankles for 4. So in terms of this power play, Boland are in big trouble, the Goldrush Boland. They're 2 wickets down, which is fine if they were at least 60, going at 10 and over. So they've gone a bit too slow in terms of runs, Jack, and then have lost wickets. So now that's a lot of pressure on the middle order. So Leon Bueta comes in. He's also one of the top run getters so far this season. And he's averaging 53 healthy average at a strike rate of 121. So I think tonight the Goldrush Boland team would need a lot more from him. Hopefully, for their sake, he has one of those nights that he's been having.
Slightly fortuitous start to Bueta's innings. Not a bad delivery. Nyanda would feel a little hard done by on that occasion, but the scoreboard ticks over to the tune of 4 runs nonetheless. The Goldrush Boland sitting at 32 for 2, 4.2 overs bowled.
I'm wondering, Jack, how many of the runs that have been scored have gone perhaps on the leg side. You know, with this field, do they want that fielder at short third man to be almost in a gully-ish or third slip position, or do they want them wider?
My goodness, and a delivery that flummoxes all and sundry. The keeper, awkward bounce for the wicket keeper, and that rushes down to the boundary at the Graham Pollock Pavilion end. And Goldrush Boland ever so fortuitously gifted 4 more runs to their run chase. To your point, Muffinks, that third man fielder it seems to be an attacking fielder. He's probably there for the miscue, for the outside edge that will probably fly down to that area, particularly with the left arm seamer coming over the wicket.
Very well bowled again by Nyanda. Dot balls are king in this period of the game. So he's done well to bounce back. He looks to be generally trying to bring it back in. But I think tactically with that wide third man, or we can call them a very deep backward point, he's looking to maybe bring his line from outside of stump to play that offside.
The required run rate currently sits at 11.3 runs required to the over, with a healthy rate achieved at the moment of a touch below 8 for the Goldrush Boland team. Brings that point fielder into play again.
I still do think, Jack, that the Boland batters, I mean, it's 2 right-handers, They could even stand on off stump, and look to target. So now it's predictable that the bowler is going across you to the offside. So maybe be more proactive and stand on off stump, and then you can look to target the leg side boundary. At some point, the runs are going to matter as well. It's not just about being at the crease.
Now that went off the bat like an absolute rocket. What a stroke to end the over with. 40 for 2 of the Goldrush Boland team in pursuit of 210. 5 overs have been bowled.
Crisp shot there. Very crisp shot by Leon Buerta. I think, again, it goes back to how they finished the over off. If you think of it, there's a deep backward square on the offside, but they could have rather put 2 people then. If they're going to bowl that sort of line, then we could have rather gone with 2 people at the sweeper point boundary to at least close the over off well. Bowling change and also a commentary changed. I'm joined again by Craig. Craig, how have you found the game so far?
Yeah, I think the bowling has been sort of average. There's been some injudicious shots which have resulted in wickets falling, because what we need desperately at the moment is a partnership, just to set a foundation. 40 for 2, it's up to these 2 batsmen of the crease, Buerta and Fortuin. Interesting to see JP King coming on to bowl within the power play. Saw that from Boland as well. 2 Fortuin. That'll be leg byes. Followed the batsman as he made space for himself on the leg side. Yeah, it's a situation. The Warriors have got that status in South Africa this season. They are the best fielding side. And it's almost like having an extra 3 batsmen in your lineup. So they've got the fielding to back up the bowlers, which gives the Dafabet Warriors bowlers a lot more confidence in terms of their game plan and strategy. And at the moment, it's only singles being picked up when Goldrush Boland do get runs. And in terms of required rate, the Warriors are quite happy. 1 run and over, they win a game by a long way.
Certainly. So the Goldrush Boland team would at least hope to be well past 50. Wicket-taking opportunity, and he's out. Caught at deep mid-wicket, and JP King strikes with his off-spin. So there we see the back of Clyde Fortuin, unfortunately. Caught at deep mid-wicket, bowled by JP King. So Dafabet Warriors strike again, and this will definitely bring the cat amongst the pigeons for Goldrush.
Let's have another look at that. There's a dismissal. There are 2 men out there. He didn't have to move a meter. Fortuin found him, and exactly the same as Rulofson. Got a short delivery, 1 man out behind square on the boundary. He didn't have to move at all. And you could say, well, 5 meters either side and you're getting a boundary, but you've got to know where those fielders are placed. And hitting towards the long side, you've got to time that ball perfectly off the bat, otherwise you are going to fall short. Gqeberha now to the crease, 42 for 3. At the moment, that rate required 11.5. Somebody's going to have to go somewhat to give Goldrush Boland a chance. Just remember, they won the toss, decided to bowl. Now, when you win the toss bowl and you concede 209 runs, you think, well, in retrospect, was that the right decision? And the way Boland have started, 42 for 3, I think there's a measure of scoreboard pressure there as well.
Of course, Craig. There'll always be scoreboard pressure once a team goes past the 200 mark. That's exactly why you said psychologically, with that 195 versus 210 makes a big difference. So Boland will be under a little bit of pressure, but it's those 2 wickets where if you're not hitting the ball out of the ground, then hit it on the floor, because as I've said, 4 is just 2 runs less than a 6. You could still win this game hitting more 4s than 6s if you protect your wickets as well while you rotate strike. So it's those sort of balls that you can punish. Lovely shot by Leon Buerta. JP King bowling it short and too straight, and it drifts down the leg side, and he pays the price for that behind short fine leg. They have to back themselves, Rush Boland, to attack the part-timer JP King in these sort of situations, but then they have to be smart with the main bowlers.
No, there's just a drag-down delivery. All Botha had to do was beat that fine leg in the circle. And there's another example. It's almost like somebody's taken the tape recorder, pushed rewind, pushed play again. Exactly the same shot, same line, same delivery, same result. 51 for 3, that's Goldrush Boland's 50 on the board. 38 deliveries that's come off, and they've given you an idea of how good the outfield is in terms of manicuring. They've already hit 9 fours in that total of 51 for 3.
Warriors were only 3 down, I think, by the 12th, 13th over. So for Boland to really bounce back into this game, these two will have to maintain that rate of 8.5, but maybe push it to 9s up until the 12th or 13th over. Then they can start to think of going big risk from there.
Well, they always say in the first 6 overs, the power play, if you lose 3 wickets in that power play, there's an 80% chance you are going to lose the match. Beja now starts his second over.
Beja starts with the back of the hand slower ball, and Gqeberha gets off the mark with the easy single towards the short third man area. So he picks it nicely into the pocket, rotating strike to the in batter to Leon Botha. So smart cricket by Gqeberha. Let's see how Botha handles this period with the back of the hand slower balls and change of pace coming to him.
Well, Gqeberha's job now is to rotate the strike, give Botha as much as he can and just pick up the singles. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. Right thing to do, another single, just keep. You need a bit of consolidation now. You've lost those 3 wickets in the power play. Consolidation, as we saw from the Daffet Warriors innings, when Brzezinski and De Villiers were batting. And then when King joined De Villiers, there was consolidation, and look at the sort of total they ended up with. So it's imperative. Wickets in hand towards the end when the bash is on. That's what wins you games.
Very well done again by Gqeberha, knocking it around. And in this phase of the game, those quick singles do matter. So right now you want to at least get a single every ball and hit away the bad balls. Because the bowlers are not perfect. They will bowl bad balls, or they'll bowl a ball that's not set to their field that you can cash in on. So it's a matter of being calm, really, for the Rush Boland batters. And these two really need to take it deep and set the game up for the other big hitters, such as Adams, and Dajan can also give a few lasty blows, followed by Manak. So there's still plenty of batting to go, but it really depends on this partnership. This is the Achilles heel for Boland.
Clever batting. Keep that scoreboard moving. 55 for 3. Partnership needed.
Gqeberha and Botha may be looking for a boundary of one of the next 2 balls. It's been a tidy over so far by Wesley Beja, only 4 singles from it. He's done well in this over, but now it's again about how he closes the over off. Will he bowl to his field, or might he lose his coolness again?
One run at delivery, 6 runs and over, that equates to. And you're not going to win too many games. You can see Wesley Beja, 5 deliveries, 5 singles. Daffet Warriors are quite happy with that.
I'd also be happy with it if I was Dafabet Warriors, especially considering the fact that Thomas Kaba, the left-arm leg spinner, will be coming in later. He's quite a threat in these sort of tournaments, you know.
Over, extra cover, delightful shot. And he'll get rewarded with the boundary. That's a good finish to the over for Rush Boland with that boundary. Takes the score to 60 for 3 after 7 overs. But the equation, the required rate, 78 balls left, 150 required. So Goldrush Boland have got some going to get that target.
Craig, what do you think about perhaps Badger just slowing things down and really thinking about what ball does he want to do next and then setting the field accordingly? Again there, he's bowled basically a half volley outside of stump with a deep backward point, but nobody protecting him in the covers.
Yeah, we discussed it while the Warriors were batting. You know, and it's quite often that bowlers try and do too much within their armory, their repertoire. They've got so many different balls that, no, that's not good from Mungaroo. You know, they've got so many different balls in their armory, and to a certain extent, it almost confuses the bowler as he's walking back to the mark. You know, I still maintain you should have 4 different types of deliveries that you practice regularly. And you're not a machine. You're not going to have it line and length perfect every time. And those become the variations because you're not a machine. But I just get the feeling sometimes the bowler gets back to his mark, turns around, and he's got 101 things going through his mind, where to bowl, what line, what pace, to what sort of field. And we see Mungaroo looking for a change in the fielding, finally comes up into the circle, and the man drops back to a deep mid-on.
You know, one of the best, simplest bowlers in international cricket, and I'm talking about T20s, has been Josh Hazlewood. He doesn't try too much, you know. He hits his lengths hard and occasionally might change his pace, but he generally sticks to the basics, and it's been effective. I think at times in T20s we really try too much and we forget about the basics of starting the over well, closing it well. But Mungaroo now has to bowl 4 more balls because there was a wide in the first ball. Let's see if he keeps his cool, if he can stick to what works.
Good discipline. Now they're looking for 2. Yes, that's good running. That's when the batsman knows exactly where the field is on that leg side. It's a huge, vast area. And if you play with the correct pace of ball off the bat, you're going to run 2 very comfortably. That's clever cricket from Gqeberha. From a Warriors point of view, that rate required still well over 11. So that's the issue they're looking at. If they can keep it up there, around the 11s, it's going to be pressure and game on for Goldrush Boland. Remembering the league situation, this is the Warriors' last game. So they're going to end up on a maximum of 26 points, including a bonus point, which I don't think the wicket's too good to be able to get bonus points in this specific match, unless the Warriors bowled out Goldrush Boland for next to nothing. So it looks like they're going to end up on 25 points. So almost guaranteed a place in the top 4, but it depends what Western Province and the Dolphins do. Clever bowling, good change of pace.
Very well done by Mungaroo, sticking to his line and length and changing only the pace, which, as you've mentioned, is enough, it's sufficient to actually deceive the batter. So he's done well so far. He's gone for 10 runs in 1.5 overs, and it's a matter of how he finishes this over off. I would be concerned, though, if I was Goldrush Boland. I think by the halfway mark, ideally, they want to be as close as possible to 100. They need 146 to win from 73 balls, which can be a tall mountain to climb.
Oh, that narrowly misses. I think he would have been in trouble there. Gqeberha called for a quick single. Gqeberha had played it to that man inside the circle at fine leg, and he had a lot of time to have a shy. Now in the past, the Warriors known for their fielding. That would have shattered the stumps. Unfortunate miss. So 8 overs gone, 65 for 3. Gqeberha on 24. And Gqeberha on 7, and slowly creeping along. They need 145 more runs, and that required rate, as long as it stays over 11 and a half, around about the 12 mark, the Warriors are going to feel very comfortable.
I think in the next 4 to 5 overs, Rush Boland will need at least 2 big overs, 2 overs that go for about 15 runs, somewhere in the next 5 overs, just to ease the pressure of themselves a bit. Lovely shot, good use of the feet by Gqeberha, but getting only a single to that sweeper cover. Very well bowled by Mnyanda, using his fingers around the ball, slowing the pace down.
.66 for 3, 144 more required. That rate required is now crept into the 12s, which I think Dafabet Warriors will be very happy with because they've got an extra player in that scoreboard pressure. Mnyanda, seeing the batsman trying to make space for himself to play it on that very short leg side. Clever bowling because he follows him and he just gives away the single. Nothing more. Doing his job perfectly.
Brilliant, brilliant work by Mnyanda. Staying cool and calm under pressure. I think he can sense that these 2 batters now will be looking for that big over. So they'll be moving around a lot, which is probably something they could have maybe done in the power play. So let's see now how these 2 manage it. So they will have an option because he'll be bowling wide outside of stump. So they'll have an option over extra cover, but if they get to that position outside of stump and he goes full and straight, then they can target the leg side. So they can still give themselves 2 boundary options if they're proactive enough.
Now, fielders converging. This should be another wicket, and it is. It is. Mnyanda picks up his second wicket, and it's Gqeberha gone.
Lovely, lovely, lovely by Mnyanda, sticking to his line and length, and then this time changing it up by hitting the deck hard instead of the slower ball. So it's created the wicket-taking opportunity, and Warriors haven't backed down from it. They've capitalized on it. Gqeberha looking to go across to his offside and then attack the leg side boundary, but not middling that one. Boland are in heavy trouble at the moment. They are now 67 for 4 after 8.3 overs now. It's never over until it's over, but it's going to be really, it's going to demand a lot from the 2 batting now to take Boland over the line. So we're going to need a CB, a career best score from one or both of these batters for Boland to claw back into this game.
Yeah, how often during that Warriors innings did we talk about having new batsmen at the crease? And here, perfect for Dafabet Warriors. We see that replay of Gqeberha getting out. Sport from Brisis. Oh, I love to know how you pronounce that
Jedli
first
van
name.
Brisis.
Jedli.
Yes, I started coaching him. Actually, he was 15 years old in Southwestern District. So he hails from that part of the world, and he had moved up to Titans, and he started to join the Boland team. So his average is 21, I think, but he's striking at 120 something. So tonight's not the night for a 120 something strike rate. They're going to need to pump it up to 160 at some point.
They're going to have to be some very good pieces of shot making from this Goldrush Boland side if they are to challenge that target being set by Dafabet Warriors. Mnyanda again, well bowled, full, straight outside that off stump, protecting the short boundary on the leg side. Dot balls, perfect for the Warriors.
Lovely work by Mnyanda. Mnyanda actually is from Grahamstown. He played for South Africa under 19 and then he just migrated back to EP from Eastern Cape in Nyati. So he was in East London last season, and I think the Warriors supporters are glad to have him back into his home province. So lovely to see him back this side.
Yeah, it's also very nice to have that alternative left arm over in your bowling attack. And once again, the Warriors showing just how good a fielding side they are. Every chance that's been offered, they've taken. And at the moment, on that offside, they are cutting what looked like 2 runs down to just the single. And that just pushes that required rate ever so much higher. Now 12.7, 68 for 4. Oh, unlucky, signalled wide.
Nyanda still targeting that wide Yorker, given the fact that there's third man, and then there's almost a gully, and then a sweeper cover point, if I may call it that. So he's still looking to bowl to his field, and that's what I meant when I said that given your field, you have to think of what type of bad ball are you willing to bowl. So he's still kind of bowled to his field, and even though it's a wide, it had a lesser risk of going for a boundary than if he had bowled short and straight. So I hope the young people at home are learning something from this spell.
Yeah, it's a 5-4 offside field. The offside being that huge boundary away to our left. Good fielding again, just the single.
Good over by Nyanda. He strikes in that over and keeps the runs quiet. So the Warriors are looking more and more like the team that's going to take this away. I think for you to really do well in these sort of games, you ideally not want to be more than 4 down by the 20th over. But with that being said, you need one of your top 4 to be in there. So if you look at Rush Boland's scorecard right now, the entire top 4 are gone. Whereas with the Warriors, we had Brietska and De Villiers batting in this phase of the game. So those small things make a big difference. With that being said, a change of bowling, the left arm leg spinner comes in. Thomas Gqeberha, the man who hails from the Titan system, and then he's played a bit, he's quite experienced, he's played a bit here as well before, and then he played at Southwestern Districts, and then he's also played at Eastern Cape Inyati. He's also been with Cape Town, the Mumbai Indians Cape Town, so experienced campaigner. He'll turn the ball both ways, he's got a googly, and then he'll play around with his pace, so he'll be quite seen more as a strike bowler really in this format, which makes sense because you have to always look to score, and it's not that easy against such a bowler. So let's see how the Goldrush Boland go with him.
Oh, interesting to see Brietsky behind the stumps there. Conceding the single. That's all they've got to do, the Warriors bowlers. Now, this is in the air. This could be another one. It is. It is. And Gqeberha now goes, picking out that solitary fielder behind square on the leg side. And Goldrush Boland are in all sorts of trouble at 72 for 5.
Do you reckon it's all over from here now for Boland, Craig?
Oh, look at those 2 men out deep on the long side of St. George's Park. They've been picked out perfectly tonight. It's also a scenario where the batsman's looking for the big shot. At this stage of the game, just looking at the scoreboard and working out what your own strategy is, surely you've got to consolidate and keep that ball on the ground, rather place it and look for 2. Instead, the big shot's now got him out. Boland in all sorts of trouble. Huge pressure now.
Good pressure by the Boland bowlers. I think also the setup by the previous over of Nyanda, where he struck but kept the runs quiet. And as we've said, at this stage of the game, the pressure will bring the wicket. So there's those dot balls and minimizing the boundaries really that creates that pressure, and the false stroke eventually comes.
New batsman for Risco Adams, just 2 50s with a higher score of 80. How desperate are Goldrush Boland? Going to need that 80 today. Facing his first ball from Thomas Gqeberha. 1 for 1 his figures. Easy game. Oh, you don't mind giving away singles. That required rate, now exactly 13 runs to the over. And with 5 wickets down, well, you're not too confident as a chasing side. And now, which makes that decision, winning the toss and fielding first, was it such a good one?
It'll always go back to starts, Craig, and as I've said earlier, you can't win the game by the halfway interval, but you can lose it there. So I think where Boland lost this game was their start in the power play. They just went for too many runs. Steedman didn't find his lines, and that cost them.
Oh, down the wicket is Van Breeses. and it eludes Bretsky, who's got the gloves on. Possibly a stumping chance. 74 for 5. We're almost halfway through, and you're expecting that total to be round about the 100, the 105 mark. The Duckworth Lewis system. 119 is the par. They'll have to hurry, little dab and run down to fine leg. And that's finished a very good over from Carver. 1 for 2. Perfect.
Excellent over there by Kaba. Goldrush Boland again in serious trouble, and at the required rate of 13.5. The only way that they'll win this, they'll need at least 3 overs that go at 15 runs from that over for the next couple of overs. So
At the equivalent stage, the Warriors were 101 for 2. Goldrush Boland 75 for 5. So 26 runs the difference and 3 wickets better off. So Goldrush Boland, well, you think their backs are against the wall now. Beja back into the attack. 2 for Sky Adams. Very good change of pace.
Craig, the Warriors certainly not out of the woods just yet, but they would certainly back themselves to win it from here.
Jacques 13 and a half, 14 runs to the over required, 5 wickets left. I think the Warriors, you don't want to go the whole hog and put your house on it, but Dafabet Warriors, if they play structured, good cricket, should win.
Play and a miss by Gqeberha Adams. Craig, the nature of the game as we know it has at times given us these surprises where batting teams do win it from here.
Did you watch the match this afternoon at the Wanderers?
Unfortunately not. I was rushing to get here.
The Lions looked as though they were dead and buried against the Dragons. Jones comes in, smashes a 15-ball 50, and all of a sudden it became a tied match. Good fielding of his own bowling from Beja. And there's an example there with a game dead and buried. Lions weren't expected to get close, and in the end they actually should have won it. But eventually they did lose in the super over.
That being said, the Warriors' game management this first 10 overs has been really, really good. Their bowlers have bowled to a plan. They've absorbed the overs where there's been a bit of pressure on them. They've been brilliant in managing this bowling innings of theirs.
The Warriors here at Dafabet St George's Park, they're a mean machine. They are structured, they're disciplined. Everybody knows exactly what his strategy and purpose is, whether he's a batsman, whether he's a bowler. Soundly coached by Robin Peterson, and everybody contributes. It's those 11 chaps, or in their expanded squad, they're all just as important as the other. That's a very lofted shot down to deep mid-off. Mid-off was up in the circle, so I'll come back for a comfortable 2 and give you an idea how high that went. That plugged in the outfield.
Captain Matthew de Villiers covered a lot of ground in pursuit of that would-be catch, and actually almost overran it as he tried to pick it up off the surface. So certainly, Craig, we're looking at a phase of play here where the Goldrush Boland batters have really got to step up.
No, they've got to take risky chances. If it comes off, sure. If it doesn't, they look rather embarrassed, as Van Bressis does with that delivery from Beja. 3 overs gone for Beja, 0 for 25, very disciplined. 54 balls left, 132 runs to win. There's confirmation of the Dafabet Warriors in their first innings. 209 for 5. Remembering they were asked to bat first. Very good half centuries by Manak and de Villiers. JP King, that 46 off 23 at the end. Well, that just gave the Warriors the extra confidence and the extra impetus. Rush Boland, well, they've just lost wickets regularly. 11 overs gone, struggling along at 78 for 5, having lost 3 wickets in the power play, and 80% of the games losing 3 wickets. You're going to lose the match as well. Looking to come back for 2, they'll have to hurry. That's good running. That's trying to put pressure onto the fielding side.
And perhaps, Craig, that's what's been missing from this Goldrush Boland innings so far. They haven't looked to turn strike over, run ones hard, turn it into 2s.
Oh, you mean the urgency has been lacking in Goldrush Boland. But you've got to give credit to the Warriors. They've nullified that urgency, and there's another wicket falling. So it's a procession at the moment. De Villiers with a catch, and that's Frisco Adams, the 6th wicket to fall. Thomas Carver now boasts the wonderful figures of 2 for 4. Busy with his 2nd over.
It just looks like the Warriors are having a bit of a catching session here this evening, and just going about their business, going through the motions almost, Craig.
Well, Dafabet St. George's Park is a stronghold for the Warriors. Every side that's come here has struggled because their fielding has been absolutely pure, perfect. Their bowling's been disciplined, been good. Their batting, everybody knows their position and everybody knows the strategy, exactly what they need to do, and that's what made them very, very successful here at St. George's Park. And you see Dudgeon coming into bat with a strike rate of 120. You're not too optimistic. Highest score of 36. Going to need a lot more if he's going to help the Boland cause here. But he is known to be able to wield the willow. Big, strong, burly lad.
Of course, no pressure on him, Craig. He's really got to produce a personal best here this evening to help steer his team anywhere close to victory. And as healthy as a strike rate of 120 might seem, he will need to strike at a lot higher than that this evening to get his team within a sniff of victory here this evening.
Oh, yeah, well, 6 wickets down. You know, your backs are against the wall, you're in a corner, bowlers have all got their tails up. Nice and straight, that strike from Van Brissis. He'll get the boundary. There's a deep mid-on, a wideish mid-off inside the circle. Welcome boundary, 85 for 6.
The Goldrush Boland dugout will be saying, more of that, please, more of that.
Oh, they're going to need a lot more. Oh, 50 balls left, 125 required. Very good bowling from Carver. Look at those figures. Almost finished his 2nd over. 2 for 9.
Now it's just about managing the last delivery of this over, making sure that this over is protected.
Now you've got to close it out with a minimum of damage. Big appeal. Get the feeling that Van Brissis got that pad outside the line of the off stump. It must have hit the glove or nicked the bat. Runs given. Van Brissis to 10. Dudgeon, the new batsman there on 1. 86 for 6. Guess what that required rate is now? 15.5. The Proteas Summers inbound matches are victorious women. Wow. We were spellbound watching their efforts in India. Sri Lanka, they were hampered by the weather, but just made everybody so proud. And quite rightfully, Laura Wolfhard, #1 ODI player in the world now. Just reward. Exceptional batsman. Now that looks very straight. Over the wicket is Mnyanda, so possibly didn't come back enough, didn't bend enough back onto the line of wicket to wicket.
Certainly was some shaping to the right hander as we see.
Outside line.
No, comfortably pitching outside the line. To your point about Laura Wolfhard, Craig, the semi-final performance and the final performance, she was striking comfortably, way above what her career strike rate is. Career strike rate sits in the early 80s, and she was comfortably above the 100 mark, 110, 120 strike rate.
Oh, that's gone high. Warriors field is underneath it. Taken. Another wicket fall.
And a little tumble just to let the crowd know that I've taken it. Brilliant catch. That hung for some time in the night sky. Brilliant take by Patrick Kruger. The Warriors now well and truly on top. Craig, perhaps the lady has started to sing.
Yep, the band have got that little decibel louder. 87 for 7. That's very good catching. Every chance that's been offered by Goldrush Boland has been gleefully accepted by the Dafabet Warriors side, and their fielding has been an absolute spectacle this season.
Craig, that delivery, quite full, wide, almost on the wide line on the offside, and pace taken off, and that's what's caused the ball to be dragged through to the leg side. So just the structure that you spoke about early on, as we see in the replay there, the Warriors' game management has really been exceptional.
Yeah, they regard St. George's as their fortress. Imran Malak now, the highest score of 30. You just wonder how he can contribute. Dafabet Warriors bowlers, all with their tails up now. Now they can smell the victory.
And that first delivery to Manak, one could say, given the context of the game, really on the mark. Wide outside the off stump, bringing those offside fielders on that vast open expanse towards Castle Corner into play.
What the Warriors have done brilliantly, they haven't given the big boundaries away. They've been quite happy to give the ones away. And look at that required run rate, 16.3 Boland need. And for a lower order batting lineup, 7 wickets down, 88 on the board, you've got to say, well, there's another 4 points for the Warriors. Be interesting to see from a runs point of view, might the Warriors get the victory with a bonus point? That could be very important. Under change of pace again, tip and run from the batsman. $90 for 7. Just you go through that Warriors bowling lineup. Everybody has performed well. Manguru, 2 overs, he's given away 11. CJ King, 1 for 9 in his 2. Beja, 3 overs, 25, the most expensive. Nyanda, 3 for 17. Make that 18. They'll come back for the second. So he'll finish the 13th over. Wonderful figures of 3 for 19. 92 for 7, Goldrush Boland.
Nyanda settling in beautifully here at the Dafabet Warriors. After a stint just down the road here with the Eastern Cape Linyati. He has settled in beautifully in sunny and windy Gqeberha.
Pick of the bowlers so far has been Carver, 2 for 10 in his 2 overs. JP King, 1 for 10. Just a single over he's bowled. He doesn't have to do more than that. Break partnerships, take wickets. Each bowler that's come on has provided that input and impetus for the Warriors, and that's why they sit in that comfortable position. But the rate required is almost 17 runs to the over. 92 for 7. Carver, 2 for 10, his figures. Can he add to that tally? That's beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Brzezinski thinking the opportunity for a stumping was there. Shows he's quite nifty behind the stumps.
Perhaps hasn't been his clinical best behind the stumps tonight, but what a versatile player.
Well, protection out there, just a single. Edging closer to the 100 mark. Oh, Goldrush, Boland.
Of course, Craig, this Dafabet Warriors bowling lineup, so well balanced, with just enough variation. You've got your right arm seamers, you've got your left arm seamer, you've got your left arm slow bowler, your left arm Chinaman. Such a balanced attack.
Yeah, it's the variety of technical skills that the Warriors find is their advantage. But if you look at their bowling attack, the Warriors, they're no out-and-out stars. They all do a job. Oh, just going through the motions as this match now dying a death in favour of the Dafabet Warriors. Cobb has been brilliant. 2 for 12.
Just for a second there, it looked as if though Gqeberha had castled Manak, but not to be.
Oh, he's launched that into the night sky, and I don't think that's coming back. I think they're going to need another white ball. That's huge.
And did he not throw everything at that, Craig? He almost took off as he hit through that ball. That one's rolling down Brickmaker's Kloof, for sure.
Yeah, with that they get to 100. Rush Boland, 100 for 7 after the completion of 14 overs. And that rate required 18.3, 36 balls left. They need 110 to win. And the decibels have climbed with the situation that Dafabet Warriors are in. That band, they own St. George's Park.
Yes, Craig, earlier on they were playing Give Me Hope, Joanna. And the Goldrush Boland certainly need hope here, at the very least.
Yeah, I think the game's done and dusted. Van Brieses and Manak have got a mountain to climb. 6 overs remaining. Need 110 runs. Just to give you an idea, that the Duckworth-Lewis par score, should there have been inclement weather, is 166. That shows you the dominance of the Dafabet Warriors. And what's been a very good pitch. There's been something in it for everybody. As long as you're prepared to bend your back, put it in, you'll get some help. And from a batting point of view, well, it's been perfect. Not timed, but it'll just be the single.
Craig, 65 runs behind the Duckworth-Lewis Stern par score. That's a whole power play behind. That's a mountain. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Goldrush Boland will be climbing that mountain this evening.
No, definitely not. 101 for 7. And you think that they're sitting on top of the log. Swing, not timed at all. That's all Manak can do, is just throw his bat at everything. Now, when you look at the log table, Boland, they've still got another game in hand after this. They've just got to take on the Tuskers in Pietermaritzburg. Warriors, this is their last game. Western Province, they've got the Lions. There should be another wicket. perishes in the cause. Malak goes for 9, 101 for 8 now.
Mnyanda's hand stayed up out of sheer elation. He's bowled beautifully this evening, stuck to his guns, he's bowled to his field, he's created the pressure, and the wickets have come as a result.
It really has been a procession amongst the Goldrush Boland batting lineup. Daffet Warriors just imposing and showing their dominance here. It's just a complete performance if you look the way they batted, the way they fielded, and the way they bowled.
In comes Glenton Steerman. Of course, we know that his job is with the ball in hand.
But something interesting on the Nyanda has now got his career best figures in white ball cricket. Glenton Steerman, he knows a lot about St George's Park. Is he going to try and provide some electric entertainment right at the end of this game? Remember, Rush Boland, top of the table, 101 for 8.
And they are still in a position, Craig, to deny the Dafabet Warriors that bonus point.
I don't think it's even come into their thought process. It'll just be the single.
Very, very well-deserved performance this evening from Apiwe Mnyanda. Very well-deserved. He's a player who works exceptionally hard on his craft. He's the first one in at the training and the last one to leave. And even his batting he works on very, very hard. Very good to see a player like him being given the opportunity to perform on the stage.
4 for 21. Those are his figures.
Carber cleans up down at long on. One ball left in Apiwe Mnyanda's fourth over.
Been a good one with a wicket. Just 3 runs conceded. It's the last delivery of his 4-over quota. And his return figures, 4 for 22, career best. So it'll be a night to remember for the young Mnyanda. Make that 4 for 23 his career best. He's loved every moment of it. 104 for 8, Goldrush Boland, just a long way behind. 30 deliveries left and 106 they need.
Well bowled, young man. Well bowled up Apiwe Mnyanda.
Five overs remain. Clinical all-round performance by the Warriors. Batted well, bowled well, fielded well.
That required run rate now sitting just above 21.
That's a minimum of 3 boundaries and over. Oh, there's another one. There's another one taken. CJ King picks up his second wicket. And that becomes 104 for 9. Surely that must see the Warriors, should they bowl Boland out, that'll see them with a bonus point. They'll end up on 26 points. And just looking at Western Province and the Dolphins, Western Province can end on 22. The Dolphins can end on 24. They've still got the Titans and the Lions to play. So it looks like the Warriors will have to take on this self-same Boland side again in that very first match, of which the winner will go straight through to the final.
Either way, either side.
104 for 9, Nyaka. what can he do? CJ King, 2 for 9, his figures. Delicate. Dab down to third man.
Dinks it down to third man, Craig. Very reminiscent of my Cayenne Teeny's most important single down to third man in that 434 game.
That's probably the most famous run in world ODI cricket.
Unfortunately, it doesn't take them any closer to victory this evening.
No. Wat sê hulle in Afrikaans? Die kool is deur die kerk. 105 for 9.
Umpire Steenkamp calls one for the over there.
Something in the back of my mind says bonus point is applicable to 16 overs. That's for a side chasing a total. They need to get it in 16 overs. But if a side batting first, if they win, well, there's a man out there, but he can only sit and watch it sail over his head for 6. Good contact, Van Brestis. Goes to 22 of 20. Some excitement. And you must give credit to the crowd here at St. George's Park. Must be at least 2,000 people in watching. Because you watch some of the venues around the country, the stands are almost empty. People love the game here in Gqeberha. Edged. He's gone. All out. 111. Nelson strikes again. That's the end of the game. Court Breski. Bowls CJ King. King picks up another wicket. 3 for 16 his figures. So it's just been a dominant performance by the Daffabet Warriors after being asked to bat first, and they put up an imposing total. There's another look at that final wicket, the swing, the edge, and Breski does well away to his right, brings the Goldrush Boland innings to a close on that dreaded Nelson. 1-1-1.
Job done for the Dafabet Warriors, and there we can see the batting scorecard for Goldrush Boland. They just could not get going. They couldn't build partnerships. They were up against a very organized, very structured Dafabet Warriors bowling lineup whose execution this evening was on point.
Well, to give you an idea of how good the Dafabet Warriors were, 2 batsmen got into the 20s in that Goldrush Boland all-out innings of 111. They're the bowling figures, standouts. CJ King, 3 for 16, and Myanda, his career best figures of 4 for 23. And you look at the other wicket takers, they all played a hand in a convincing victory for the Dafabet Warriors. Over the top of the table, Goldrush Boland. Now it's a case of wait, see what happens with the other games around the countryside, because some of the sides have still got 2 games to play, but you can be assured the Warriors will be in that playoff, finishing possibly in 2nd place on the log. Here's another look at those bowling figures. Beja, he was impressive, his 3 overs. Kerwin Mungaroo as well. Everybody, you've got to give credit. It was just a couple of the chaps, Myanda and King, were the main wicket takers, assisted by Gqeberha. But Dafabet Warriors winning by 98 runs. And in anybody's book, 20 over format cricket, that is a hiding. Just
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
Now play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
Daffet Warriors.
Rush Boland, World Sports Betting, Western Province,
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons. The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.
Good evening. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Dafabet Warriors have won by 98 runs, and it was set up nicely by our better of the match, Mohammad Manak. Mo, you batted really nicely today. It was entertaining to watch. Congratulations for that. Please talk us through your innings, sir.
Yeah, I just had clear plans, and I've been practicing, like I said, the last game. And I'd just like to thank Coach Robbie and the team also. The backing has been unbelievable for the last this season. So I've just backed the plans and it's worked out, yeah.
Very well done. I think you guys are over now to the knockout stages. And how are you feeling about the team? Are you confident?
Yeah, no, definitely. We have a great team camaraderie, and I think going into the eliminators, we're going to keep doing what we're doing and nothing must change. Yeah, great experience so far.
Lovely. Now, you guys have got a few power hitters down the middle order. Does that give you a lot more confidence to take on the bowlers in the power play?
Yeah, definitely. I think it definitely helps to have one or two big hitters to come in. My job is to set it up for them, and if I can go at a 200, 180 strike rate, that's even better. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mo. Congratulations for being the better of the game.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got our bowler of the game, Piwe Mnyanda. It's very good to see what you've done tonight. You've gotten 4 wickets, but you kept it nice and simple, played with your pace around. Talk us through what you were thinking in the game situation.
The game was pretty simple. I mean, the game plan was pretty simple. It was actually a team plan, so it just got stuck to our plan. Plan was to bowl to the bigger boundaries to make it difficult to them to actually get boundaries. We were happy about them playing ones. I mean, that was our game plan. So just kept it simple.
Very well done. It's good to see something like that from you coming into the team and really having a go at it. So all your preparation has done really well. How important has it been for you to be back to the Warriors?
It has been very important. It's always been a dream playing at home, front of home crowd, front of the family. So yeah, it's just been a dream. So this is definitely a dream come true. So very chuffed.
Yes. Thank you very much, Apio. Well done for being player of the match, and then we wish you really well going forward into the tournament. Very well done. You should be proud of yourself, and so should your family be. Thanks. Well done. Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
Now I play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
Daffabet Warriors.
Rush Boland, All Sports Betting, Western Province, and
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons. The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.